Thank you
Hi,
for
guys.
coming. Are you guys having a good PAX? Yeah. Good. Great to hear it. So we're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves.
Wolfie.
And this is our moderator.
He's behind the scenes guy.
Can you change the slide, bud? So, my name is Garrett. I go by he, him. I have starred in some abridged series on YouTube in the past. I am an active Twitch streamer, and I am a lover of various cartoons, anime series, and especially narrative-driven story games. I like all games, but I really do like a lot of narrative-based games that have a lot of heavy voice acting involved. Definitely one of my interests and passions.
My name's Serena. I go by she, her, or they, them. And currently starting out beginner on voice acting stuff, beginner moderate, in a cyberpunk podcast right now called Under the Electric Stars. On Twitter, there's a network called the Aster Podcasting Network. If you guys want to check it out, there's a whole branch of casting directors and people looking for VAs within the community, just throwing roles out there, and I definitely recommend you look into it. Some of my favorite things is I am reading off the screen as if I don't know anything about myself. Oh yeah, I'm working on a book, so I like to write a lot. It's a high fantasy LGBTQ+ book. Hoping to get that out later next year. And also commissioning a person within the community as well to do the front cover for it. So I'm excited about that. And then, yeah, I like 80s aesthetic and stuff, vaporwave and all that. Yeah, that's about me. You go to the next slide. All right, so part of the reason why I wanted to do this panel with Garrett was, well, first of all, this was our first panel in a while that we've done for a con. I was in an Attack on Titan cosplay one in 2015, and that was the first and last panel I've ever did. And so, yeah, this one is more to do with talking about representation and resources and what we can do as a community, or if you're an ally, and how to get words around there, or even resources for you guys to check out, because this is something very important to us, and I feel like this is a good convention to talk about those sort of issues and how everyone can help each other out.
So, unfortunately, not everybody gets the freedom in their current environments of family or friend groups to express themselves through gender identity or sexual orientation, and many don't even discover who they are until their late teens or early 20s. I didn't figure out who I was till I was 19 years old. Some even longer. It's really important to get representation, the representation we need through various types of media, whether it's official, LGBTQ+ voice actors we admire, or inclusive networks and casting calls, or getting the word out as a community to provide tips for people in the community. I know as a trans man myself, it's hard to feel like you have a resource, or you feel like there aren't a lot out there for how to take care of yourself and your voice as you transition. So why should it be important to you? So with help and support to do with either resources, links, or representation, we can reduce what mental hardships we as LGBT+ people go through each day trying to navigate kind of the same system that a lot of people get to go through with a lot more ease.
And then this quote is one that I've always, for a while, kind of abided by and thought about frequently. And that's by Barbara Giddings, and it says, "Equality means more than just passing laws. The struggle's really won in the hearts and minds of the community where it really counts." And that is something that is very true, and I feel like for most of you probably relate to that as well, because you're not, passing laws, you're not just always getting what you want or getting to where you want to be. It's the positivity and the upbringing that comes with building that community in various ways that helps progress that stuff.
Laws are great, but sometimes pushing representation and getting that visualization out there for people and normalizing it can be a really big factor in moving forward. Oh, you skipped one.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to go over some LGBTQ plus rep that's been in television. Here are some examples and instances of representation in television of our community. Keep in mind that networks and TV companies don't always approve of what would have aired on TV, so a lot of what we've seen has been done in part by individual creators who are pushing for representation in their media.
And this is one of my favorite examples because Gravity Falls is a show that's very near and dear to me for multiple reasons. The creator, Alex Hirsch, is very much someone who pushes for that type of progressiveness and representation in different ways. But my favorite is the two cops that were supposed to be explicitly a thing. But of course in media, not everything is really set in stone, especially with the networks trying to hold back on stuff. And Alex Hirsch was very much, and still is, that advocate for those types of things. As you can see in this tweet, he's literally like, I tried. And that's a Disney XD thing. So we're gonna go ahead and play that clip so that we can see all their cute moments together.
Interactions and some of the queer coding he managed to get through.
How about you leave the investigating to the grown-ups, okay?
Attention all units, Steve is going to fit an entire cantaloupe in his mouth. Repeat, an entire cantaloupe.
It's a 2316.
Let's move.
I'm gonna get to use my nightstick.
You ready? You ready, little fella? Woo, woo. Another hydrant destroyed. It's a gosh dang mystery.
Want to take off our uniforms and run around in circles?
Quit reading my mind.
Ring, 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 ring.
He sure loves his bell. Deputy Derlin, maintaining this cover-up is the mission we've been training for our entire careers. Are you ready?
Woo!
If being delightful was a crime, you'd be breaking the law.
Woo! We got fold-out beds.
Good thing I brought my book of spooky ghost stories.
I brought rope for friendship bracelets.
There is no escape. I gotta take a knee.
Are you okay? Can I get you anything?
Edwin Derlin, you are a diamond in the rough. Vacation? What place have you always wanted to visit? 1, 2, Silly Water Fun Slides in Grand Lakes, Michigan.
Bye-bye, bud.
Bye-bye. You make a great me.
No, you make a great me.
No, you do.
Have you lost weight?
Finally, someone noticed. What?
I'm scared.
Me too. The time we spend together is treasure enough.
So that's just one of the many few interactions we have between LGBTQ plus people on screen. It is very, in ways, of course, there's always not everything has to be explicitly stated, but the thing is, with a lot of networks, they just go ahead and they do just that. They don't explicitly state anything. And so there is a lot of questioning to do with there's always the really good friends thing, which there's always a lot of miscommunication, or the creators say one thing and it ends up being something different. But Alex really pushed for them to be a couple, and as you can see in the clips, they're very much the old married couple taking jabs at each other, and they confess things to each other too, and I think they're a good form of representation, because not even only is it for like the LGBT plus community, but even Disney doing, you know, relationships between different races as well. This is really good. So, you know, we have two forms of representation here.
It was definitely a good step forward, and, you know, Gravity Falls is an older show, so Alex Hirsch has definitely been someone who's started to try to pave the way. Slowly but surely over the years, we've started to make more and more progress in media, especially like more animated media, where voice actors can start to shine and start to step into roles that represent them as well. So.
How about you leave the...
So Legend of Korra is a wonderful example of that. Another just kind of, what's the word? They definitely paved the way. They're one of the first instances of really getting a more unquestionable relationship on the screen. While they still weren't able to do something explicit, they are definitely some of the founders of getting this into animation moving forward over the past decade. So The Legend of Korra, although there were vague hints at a romance between Korra and Asami, at the time, Nickelodeon thought that a same-sex kiss would be too explicit, leaving not much choice if the creators wanted their last episode to air. Even though the creators pushed for it, it did not pass and left the kiss to be carried over to the comics, where they've managed to be able to really explore Korra and Asami's relationship and bring that forward for a lot of our generation that have grown up with the show and the characters.
And then we got, sorry.
No, go ahead. We got to have that in the comics.
Yeah, so, and like, the funny thing is that, well, it's not really funny, but we know that this is, you know, the reason why they halted the whole same-sex relationship thing was because of the network itself. Because we have one of the creators, Michael Dante DiMartino, who worked on some of the comics for Dark Horse, where they did implement that into the comic series, which is awesome. So we know that, that the creators were for it as well. And I think, if I recall correctly, they also had, I believe, Aang's daughter, or Aang and Katara's daughter, Kaya, in the comics. If any of you guys have read those, mentioned she had a girlfriend at one point too. I see people shaking their heads. Yeah. Which is awesome as well. So, you know, comics representation, great. TV is like the main what we need to
start working on. Yeah, more and more.
All right, so I know that J. Michael Tatum was one of the first voice actors in the industry that I've been familiar with. Some of the characters he voices are Sebastian and Black Butler. He does the English VA for Kyoya in Ouran High School Host Club as well. And then, Erwin in Attack on Titan. But he is an openly gay individual. I believe he said that him and his husband met, it was through Funimation Studios, but it was like for a panel at a con, which is awesome. There's a couple articles and interviews where he talks about that and just kind of like, you know, well, how did your family respond? How did the network respond? And he was very much like a, you know, who cares what family and network thinks, like, so it's good to see that in actual voice actors themselves, because not always do we have the representation for, if we don't have representation for the characters themselves, it might be the voice actors, or if it's not the voice actors, it's the characters. And there's a very small select, like, pool of that, where...
And it actually intersects.
Yeah, it actually intersects. Like, very rarely do you have someone who's in the community that, that is actually, or sorry, very rarely do people whose, like, characters are in the community, are they actually in real life part of the community, too?
He's definitely a lot of people have grown up with his voice acting in a lot of anime. He's definitely paved the way, being an openly queer person in the industry. And I think that there's definitely a lot to be learned in the way he navigated his time and the way that he has gotten himself out there into the media. He's definitely inspirational. Another one's Elliot Page. Always been a really big fan of him, and it's really incredible how much progress he's made in the past, year now. So he is a trans actor and LGBTQ plus activist. Elliot Page the image here is Elliot Page in his previous role as Jody Holmes in Beyond Two Souls. His non-voice acting careers are what he's mainly known for, however. Another one is Kaden Jensen. Kaden is a trans woman, best known for her role as May Marigold in Rooster Teeth's long-running web series, Ruby. She is a longtime advocate for representation in media and accurate representation in voice acting. Very much she has always pushed for that we should be representing ourselves in media, and there should be more opportunities for both LGBTQ plus characters as well as voice actors to kind of cross that line, that mesh. Trans characters should be played by trans actors, that kind of thing, and really open up that opportunity and destigmatize the idea that, trans people sound a certain way or, that kind of thing. I know that it can be difficult to hear a character who is trans, but then they sound just like any other cis person, kind of makes you feel like you're not being represented accurately. So May Marigold, luckily, is an explicitly stated trans character. She's unfortunately only briefly featured in season 7 and 8 as she is a side character, but it's nice that they really went out of their way to make sure it was written very clearly that that is who she is and that's how she's represented.
So when it comes down to it, how much representation do we actually have? Not much. It's between some and not at all. What could have been broadcasted in TV shows or on networks where creators themselves push for more rep, the networks tend to halt them, even in live action stuff as well. As for voice actors themselves, a simple Google search will only list a few big names, and then even then, they're not always paired with either being in the community and their character themselves is LGBT plus or opposite of that. And there's a lot of allies as well that voice LGBTQ plus characters. But of course, we do want to see more of the ones that represent our identities. I also wanted to add that while it's on my mind, because I know even Haruhi in Ouran High School Host Club, good representation.
Especially for the year that came out,
Yeah,
my goodness.
especially for the year. Whether it's non-binary, whether it's gender fluid, etc. I really think that character was one of my role models, not gonna lie, low-key. But I don't believe, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, that the VA Caitlin Glass, I'm not sure if Caitlin's LGBT.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I have seen in any form of media, which Caitlin's great. But just goes to show that, again, with the statement, it's not always.
They don't always match, and it'd be lovely to see a, gender non-conforming or non-binary actor also playing a role of a character, especially one that iconic. Definitely would have had an impact. So what can we/you guys do? So to help with those LGBTQ plus members in need or who have a loss for resources, who are wanting to build up their VA profile, experience, or community, in the next few slides, we'll talk about casting calls, specifically those that call for either, bi, trans, non-binary. They're looking for people who fit an identity, and I think that that's been a really great progressive push in the community. So they're looking for those kinds of individuals. We're gonna cover vocal care for those who are transitioning, and demo reel tips and format, as well as some recommended, kind of equipment or maybe where you could start. So general tips slash kind of tips for those who are transitioning, vocal care wise. You definitely want to stretch but not strain your voice. Pushing yourself and getting used to HRT-based vocal changes is very important. I definitely don't push mine enough. I tend to talk a lot higher than I intend to. But it's important that you don't push through discomfort in your voice, because you can definitely risk damaging your voice in that way. You want to really warm up ahead of time too. So self-care is absolutely paramount. You want to keep yourself hydrated, you want to keep yourself active, and you want to keep yourself really mindful of your body and its needs. Your voice is an instrument and it's built into your body, so you have to really take that into consideration and treat it with care and mindfulness. And understand that the vocal changes that come with HRT take time. You may not see results, like kind of the results you want right away, but definitely persist and stay positive. And there's no one way that someone is supposed to sound after transitioning, and just kind of keep that positivity in mind and don't hold yourself to a standard that might make you feel bad about yourself. You are your own person, and everyone is going to sound their own way. So getting used to your new range absolutely takes some practice and time. And then just kind of a general tip, but it's definitely good for anyone transitioning as well, is before recording to avoid caffeine, hydrate. You warm up your voice with gentle things, trying to go up your range, but do not push into a strain. And if it's cold, you definitely want to make sure that you're protecting yourself. It gets rather cold up here, especially in the winter. Wear a scarf, drink warm drinks, keep yourself really warmed up, and just kind of take care of that instrument prior to recording. It will show better results, but it will also just prevent harm while recording, especially if you've got a crunch or something, you're suddenly worried about, oh, am I gonna get this recorded in time? You may strain it because you have not taken those steps beforehand. You're gonna wanna make sure you're taking care of yourself. Mine is a very much trans-mask perspective also. I can't really speak on any trans-femme perspective when it comes to voice, but I'd say this is a pretty general care for anyone.
And then we're gonna go ahead and go over some demo reel slash audition tips and advice. Just stuff from what I've seen on like official casting call websites or Twitter as well, some smaller indie game studios that I've auditioned for, and then what they're looking for as far as guidelines. So demo duration. The standard for how your demo reel should run is typically about a minute to a minute and a half. You don't want to leave, if they ask like for you to like slate your name and your age and all that, you don't want to leave big gaps between either the audition lines themselves or your slate and the audition lines. So try to really cut down on, still leaving space in between takes, but not too much space to where they're like, oh my God, like this is taking forever to listen to. Another thing that I've actually had help with from some higher up VAs that have more experience in projects is pairing range with emotion. So that in your demo reel, the casting directors kind of get a taste of how much you can spread yourself in terms of that type of stuff. So for example, like high voice, or maybe like you're trying to sound like a 8-year-old or 5-year-old or something, and you could pair it with being sad, or old person voice, sounding angry or maybe frustrated, stuff like that. And if you condense that all into like the minute and a half, you keep doing that, keep pairing emotions with ranges, and they get a pretty good understanding of how much you can do.
And definitely like pairing kind of unusual, like almost like doing the high voice that generally would be paired with maybe a more bubbly character or kind of like a happy emotion. Pairing that with that sad shows just how much you can kind of, like how far your ability goes. So definitely like, or an elderly person usually just kind of sounds kind of friendly or tired. So kind of going on that angry route can show just your ability to diversify yourself.
All right. definitely keep an eye out for what casting directors want, because I've seen several different takes on things. Make sure to go over, do they want MP3 export? Do they want WAV or WAVE? I don't even know how to say it. .wave export. How many takes do they allow? Do you record all of your first line takes? Do you do first line, then second line, then first line, then second line if you're doing multiple? They might ask, put your full name in the title, put your character name, put the project name in the email subject. Or some projects just say simply to like reply to them with your demo reel, which makes things easier, but it's good to know how to format things as well. And then for starting out, microphones like Blue Yeti, stuff like that, simple program like Audacity, which I use. Don't do too much overly on like editing out stuff, like a simple noise reduction will help out. Makeshift sound booth, I also put 2 photos of. Those are stuff you can get on Amazon. So they're like, if you can't have access to or build your own like giant sound booth, a makeshift one, like a tiny foam cubicle would be good. You put your microphone right in there. And then as you go on, more bigger projects will ask for like the XLR mics, the interface. They might have you set your interface to like a certain, volume amount or decibel amount. And yeah, just to see how crisp and clean you guys can get that quality.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of little details to keep track of. Keeping track of them can be a big difference. They definitely want to see that you can follow those directions and follow the format that they're looking for. And you're gonna want to become familiar with their different needs and knowing how to kind of meet those for various casting directors, since there's no standard across the board.
This is a list of resources that I've collected from browsing on Twitter or browsing other sites. There's a trans voice actors Discord, guys. They have like, if you need questions or answers, they have like official casting calls. They have a section for paid casting calls. They're very organized. They have a promotion section too for your work. Some Twitter accounts. It's a Showtime is looking for community VAs. Less is More. It's about like dead characters trying to be funny. They're looking for stuff too. Two Half Studios is really good. Jenna Oliver is, I think, actually doing a, what's it called? Oh, a visual, like, romance story as a game called Walker Aphelion, I believe. She's also LGBT plus member. Storyside Studios is really good, and they have mobile games as well you can audition for. And then QueerVox, LGBTQIA plus directory, you put your like user handles, you put your name, pronouns, what characters you're comfortable with voicing into a database, and then they send you emails or messages based on characters available for those preferences.
Some really good resources for getting in touch with people and kind of connecting as a whole into communities that are trying to expand representation and expand who is voicing in the community now.
Some other websites, Casting Call Club is like the main one. There's fan projects on there. There's abridged casting calls. Sometimes there's casting calls for mods for game, like I've seen Skyrim, I've seen Fallout, a whole bunch of other ones. Voices 123, that one I'm on, but it's more of like voiceover in terms of like commercials, podcasts, other stuff. I've seen good paid projects on there. BehindTheVoiceActors.com is really good, and then I want to be a voiceactor.com. I think Brizzy Voice is on YouTube, recommended that one too. Backstage.com and Fiverr. People are looking for actually quite a bit of VAs for their projects, or animatics even. That's a really good site to start on too. And then we wanted to open the floor to some questions if anyone had some. I know it's a Sunday and everyone's tired, but really Any questions you guys have, more than welcome to.
So there is actually a mic set up that you can
we
actually
have a
come up to.
feedback mic.
Yeah.
If you guys want to line up, ask anything, literally anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to be related.
Is it already on?
I think it's on.
I don't.
Should be.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
So I was wondering, you mentioned like listing characters you're comfortable voice acting. What if you don't? What if you have a hard time identifying what your voice sounds like? Like have a hard time telling, like how, like what you would work for.
Could you phrase it in like a?
Like what kind of characters you would fit?
Personally?
Having a hard time identifying that.
So you're saying like on the directory where you could input your name and everything, and you can input what you were comfortable with? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
What you're comfortable with?
Well, like what? Like
what
what?
would be cast? Oh, okay.
Yeah. What your voice would be fit for?
Okay. I'd say, like, ideally with the directory, you're definitely going to want to put what you're comfortable with and see what, you know, if you, I know personally I would not want to be contacted for female roles. So though my voice may range in that direction, that is not something I'm comfortable doing. And if you want to expand and you want to try, you can certainly do so, but you should do so at your own comfort as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So what can people who are outside of the voice acting industry and just out of the animation industry do to show support for, you know, more diverse roles in media, show companies that there's a desire for a more diverse role, and just, you know, what avenues are they receptive to? What can we do that would actually help you all out?
So
Like on the outside, you
On
think?
the outside, yeah.
I would say if you have like social, like a Twitter, there's a lot of stuff that gets spread around on there, retweeting people's work. I know both me and him have directly linked casting calls to each other, exchange messages, be like, hey, I think you'd be a good fit for this casting call. So we'd send it over, stuff like that, and then even other resources.
I'd say just definitely, like, if you are able to find people, or even if you wanted to enter into those spaces like the Discords and things like that and help with promoting people who are in those spaces, you know, there's people who are promoting themselves, you know, maybe they're going through Twitch to build a community or any number of other avenues. They could have a YouTube channel where they do their voice acting reels or little snippets. There's ways that you could reach out, find that, and then share their work and show support in that way as well. I think that would be a good way to support someone in the community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, as someone who wants to create a project that include various LGBTQ people, especially trans people, how do people, well, specifically creators, help find, you know, various LGBTQ voice actors, and how, when we get them, how do we make sure they are treated right, that they feel comfortable working?
I'd say, well, as far as finding them, like we've said, I've seen a lot going around on Twitter. I feel like that's the main hub for sharing information.
As well as that Discord that you shared, you know,
Yeah.
since it was especially trans-based. As for like keeping them comfortable and really making sure that you're meeting their needs as someone directing them, just make it an open conversation. Like, you know, treat it with kindness and treat it with respect. But, you know, I certainly would not take any offense. It was like, hey, are you comfortable with this? Are you comfortable with this range? Are you comfortable with how this is being presented? You know, open communication is one of the first keys, and I think that normalizing those kinds of conversations is especially important as well. So you wanting to go out of your way to do that and to make people more comfortable within a community and an industry is really admirable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, first off, thank you for coming here and making this panel today. I am a trans woman, and I've had a lot of experience with voice acting, particularly doing fan dubs of like manga and comics, and I've led some projects myself. But ever since I realized that I'm a trans woman, I've had this nagging feeling in the back of my mind, oh God, do I have to start voicing female characters now? So is it appropriate for someone of me, a trans woman, to play both sides, as it were, doing both male and female characters, or do I have to start sticking with female voices, or what?
I think that it's based off of what you're comfortable with. If you are comfortable still voicing, male characters or male sounding characters, then there's nothing wrong with that. Your voice and how you sound, it doesn't have to fit that binary. I personally don't think so. Kaden, who I use as an example, I know that she still voices kind of characters across the gender board because she does have that range. She goes for female characters, but I believe she still does quite a bit of like background male character voices as well, more so background ones, but she has that range and she utilizes it. I mean, there are plenty of female voice actors, cisgendered female voice actors who voice male characters, across the board. I think it's what makes you comfortable and what you think that you would fit for. So I don't think you have to be stuck in a box.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hi there.
Hi.
I had a quick question about, so I already have a fairly low register, but I've noticed that even when I go lower, I still sound fairly feminine. And besides just working on range, do you have any tips for sounding more authentically male in some cases? Because I could go low, but I still sound like a person doing a boy voice, Well,
that's my struggle as a trans guy, trust me.
That's why I'm here asking for tips.
It's definitely that speaking from your chest. My husband does it way better. My husband's also transitioning, and I don't know how he talks as deep as he does. It drives me crazy. So as you can tell, I keep pushing myself higher. I have to you have to kind of pull yourself also out of that mentality. I know a lot of us who are like AFAB or raised female, we learn that polite lit to our voice. Yeah. I am constantly doing it. I'm still doing it. Yeah. So it's very much about reaching down into that lower register, like you said. And you have to, I guess another good thing would be to kind of study the way more like cisgendered men voice act and kind of their cadence. Again, I'm not a great example at that. I'm still really learning my transitioning voice and getting used to it. But I'd say to really kind of utilize that, see the way that they kind of, like the rhythm and the cadence of their voice, and try to follow that, and really talk out of that deeper register and try to avoid that. Like when you're doing maybe a polite or happy line, try to avoid that natural lit that you're probably prone to, like I am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. To add on to that, as far as kind of getting that guttural sound, position's really important too. There are some voices that I can do when I'm sitting down that I can't do when I'm standing up, and vice versa. I know a lot of people animate themselves in the studio when they're recording. Posture is really important, and then even certain mouth placement or the way you shape it's really important too. Because I can go low, but it's still hard for me with a high voice. But I definitely get the lower sound when I'm standing up, and you can literally feel it in your gut when you talk. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
As someone who wants to try to go on to make an LGBTQ plus cartoon someday, and is currently only really doing that through doodles and MS Paint.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips or resources for people to try and get together for things like storyboarding or just general group ideas, not to officially start something, but to just try to collaborate and make something solid as a foundation?
I'd say, I don't know if you use Twitter, and I know we keep bringing up Twitter, but that is a pretty good resource for getting into touch with people and kind of starting to build a community. From there, you could also start a Discord server. It does not have to be something official. It can be people just getting together to share ideas, share thoughts, and collaborate together. It's such a great forum, and it kind of archives your work and archives what you're doing, and it can be so neatly organized that I think it would be a really good way to bring in, artists from the community, voice actors from the community, that kind of thing, and really come together to share those thoughts and ideas towards what you're aiming for, because it's really incredible.
I was gonna say, Casting Call website has, you can do storyboard artists on there too. You can be like looking for a storyboard artist, looking for a music composer, and people can apply through there as well.
And you could definitely list that, it's free, you're looking to kind of start collaborating. It is not, an official series start of a project as well, but that's what you're seeking if that's what they are also looking for.
I see. Sorry to ask, could you put it on the screen once more, all the links?
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
No problem.
Hi, I was just wondering if you have any tips on making your voice sound more androgynous.
That's tough. You're voicing a non-binary character currently, aren't you?
So with that, like I had said previously, even though like the guttural sound is kind of hard to do for me, I really, it's so weird to like, there's of course no set, like what is an androgynous voice. But if we're talking like middle ground between like high pitch, low pitch, I think one of my favorites that I try to replicate when I'm voicing my character in the Cyberpunk podcast is Lin Beifong from Avatar. She has that very, well, she's authoritative, of course, but she has that very mid-ground voice, and I've always liked that. And in the past, I was like, why can't I get my voice like hers? I'd say she's a really good example. I did like, or I still do even try and replicate that. Breathing's
key.
Yeah, breathing's key for that. I feel like every time I do that voice, it's just like it's like a very like gust of, like air coming out, but it's like from the stomach.
You're breathing really deeply
yes,
from your diaphragm.
Very solid.
Pulling from that lower register, and like you're like kind of breathing through the diaphragm, but pulling from your chest. So that's the thing too, especially when you're speaking from your lower register. You should be feeling it like more here and here than up in your throat in any way. So it should definitely be coming from lower, and you can kind of start to hit that middle ground where people speak from. And again, there's no set androgynous voice, but if you're looking to go lower, then that's going to be the techniques you would use to get your voice into that lower register.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
If anyone else had any more questions or even comments too, we would appreciate it. We actually have quite a bit of time. Can literally ask what we had for breakfast this morning. But if not,
there's one right here.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Hey.
Hi. So I'm not queer in any way, even though I did try to be at one point. Didn't work out. But I see a lot of like kind of connections with like the disability community, which I think has even less representation and even less representation even in voice acting and such.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, as a neurodiverse and somewhat disabled kid, it's very interesting, to have that kind of connection type of thing, because it's like, making connections and such. And I would love, and it's interesting because it's just something I was thinking about, but also like, I want to be more supportive as well and try to help. I'm not really like a creator or anything like that, or just not even in voice acting, but I do like to play around with my voice. And I have like vocal training, so it's like a lot of these tips work really well in general, like learning your range, be careful, don't let it get to your throat, don't have it hurt because it can kill your voice, like that type of stuff. That's very important. And that's just something I was thinking of. I don't know. It's just a random thought.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
for sharing that
And
with us.
I mean, we are both neurodivergent as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone we know is. We live in a house of 6 people, and all of us have all of our different neurodivergent needs. It is chaos trying to make it all work, but disability definitely needs some more representation across the board in a lot of ways. So yeah, that's not really the subject, and I have to say I'm not in any way an expert on dealing with voice acting with a disability. especially as blanket as that gets. But it's something that's important as well. Disability issues and queer issues definitely intersect.
Hello.
Hi.
This may come off as a little weird. As a cishet white dude and audience member, is there something from your perspective as a trans man or your perspective as a woman that you would like to see more from us as audience members?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Please share.
No, yeah. Like, a lot of times, like, people on social media or other stuff kind of like, you know, there's instances where I get where people could kind of be like, well, sometimes allies don't do that much for us, and I get, like, their frustration. But, you know, like, when we have people like you or other people coming up genuinely asking, like, what can I do to help? It's, like, support is really important. And, like, I've always thought, you know, that the allies definitely matter in the community in terms of helping out. And, you know, when some people try and just shut them down, it's like, okay, well, what about the people who are actually trying to help us? Like, that's not, you know.
I think similar to the previous support question is getting in there and really making those connections to find people who are trying to break through and supporting them, promoting their work, sharing their work. Another thing would be just kind of like normalizing, again, the conversations around things like pronouns, about range comfort, about, like, you know, it's normal to be questioned what you may or may not be comfortable being represented as or putting yourself out there as. So kind of just bringing those conversations in, or if you're ever in you know, a situation where someone is making someone feel bad because they want to have that conversation, is, you know, like, no, we're gonna have this, we're gonna talk about this is important. I'd say that kind of support and kind of using that, your place outside of the community to support people within it. So, appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi there, straight ally voice actor. Thank you so much for making this panel today.
Thank you for coming.
One of the biggest questions that I get a lot is from all different walks of life is performance anxiety. How do you deal with that? And I would love to hear your guys specifically, like, especially for this community, what are your opinions on the best coping mechanisms for performance anxiety and those internal and external voices saying this voice is not valid?
I could go off on that.
Sure, yeah.
I actually have social anxiety, which is funny considering how I'm here today. It's like some instances where I can kind of factor in, well, how much is my anxiety gonna be today? And there's either days where it's pretty bad and I gotta push through it, or there's days where I'm like, you know, I could write it out today. Specifically for voice acting, I still get really weird when my partner's in the same room. And like sometimes I'll like kick him out and be like, you need to leave, I need to record lines. And he's like, it's fine, like I'm comfortable, like, you know, just listening. I'm like, no, well, I'm not, you need to go now so I can be alone. If you have a time where you're kind of struggling, I would recommend, if you can have access to a quiet space where you could just be yourself, which is something I struggle a lot with, it would be definitely something to look into. Or for example, maybe like rotate out of a room with someone, kind of be like, hey, if you're not using this area, could I set up my stuff here? Or if someone's gone for the day, you know, you could ask to like record in a secluded space.
It's taking that time for yourself and kind of studying yourself before it. I definitely have the voice issues, like kind of feeling like my voice is not valid. I actually have looked back and kind of regretted. I had a audition opportunity, I believe on the same podcast as you, for a character who was a trans man, and there was just a point where I was like, that's not, I won't match what they're looking for, despite the fact that, you know, I should be exactly what they're looking for when it comes to terms, you know, of my range. And it was kind of like, they're gonna want someone who sounds more traditionally masculine, they're gonna want, you know, and so personally, I am still struggling to overcome that quite a bit. It's got a flavor of imposter syndrome, but I also know that you have to take a step back and own the fact that your voice is just as valid as anyone else's. Voices do not fit in a box across the board. I work with I have a coworker, we work on phones. So that's another thing is in my daily work, I deal with voice and the way my voice is perceived. I have a coworker, cisgendered man, just like, and he gets called ma'am more than I do. So, everybody's voice is different, and you can't let the binary boxes that the world has put all of us in kind of determine whether or not your voice is valid to qualify. And you kind of have to keep that in mind against the part of your mind that will tell you that you do not fit.
Hell yeah, thanks.
Hell yeah.
Might as well ask, what was the podcast you I forgot your name, but
Serena.
yeah, sweet. What's the name of the podcast again? I might actually.
It's called Under the Electric Stars, and they have a website. They have a Twitter too. I think it's just UTES podcast on Twitter.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not so much a question, but as a trans guy who actually works in a dispatch office with nothing but truck drivers, which is a little terrifying, just a tip for voice transitioning. I found that on my off time or when I was working overnights, singing to deep voiced songs, like Josh Turner was my main one, actually really helps naturally bring your voice down without the discomfort in a much more simple way.
I really appreciate that, yeah, because I work in a hospital answering phones, and that is kind of my daily struggle is hearing the way I'm perceived every day. So that's, I work at night too, so
yeah,
I think we come from a similar place. I really appreciate that tip, and I think that's a great tip for anyone else here who
it helps a lot, and I do not get mistaken anymore, so it's good.
That's so wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much, yeah.
Hello again.
Hi again. That actually reminded me, for anyone who also wants tips, I took a class and they mentioned that in protecting your voice, don't clear your throat, just swallow. And one of the exercises we did was we put a straw, like a plastic water bottle straw in your mouth and just hum around it, with your mouth around it, because it helps loosen your vocal cords without straining them. So for both lowering your range and for just kind of opening up your voice, if you feel like, oh, my voice is real weird in the morning, just humming into a straw, that has worked wonders for me.
That's such a wonderful tip. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody sharing their tips as well. And again, this is what being part of a community is about.
I did also have a question.
Yeah, of course.
On the same line about anxiety and embarrassment stuff, I live currently at home. I'm moving out soon, thank God. But I have to deal with the embarrassment of making really odd noises in front of my parents. How do you have advice on how to make weird, running into a wall sound?
Just run into a wall.
I'm looking at the scripts and it's NGGGGH period, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. So because I have so many roommates at home, I usually kind of give them a heads up. And literally the other day, I was in the group chat, and I was like, I'm auditioning for a bird in this puppet game coming out next year. I'm gonna be making bird squawking noises for a while. And they're just like, okay.
She was like, if you hear me screaming, I'm fine. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'd say just kind of if you can have that privacy, but also I know parents can be especially difficult, but if you have the ability to just kind of be like, hey, I'm doing a project, this is something I'm, working on. It might be a little odd, if you hear anything, I would appreciate some privacy while I'm doing it. And maybe if you're able to establish that boundary, again, I know it's tough. I come from a house with no boundaries. If you are able to establish that boundary and just kind of be like, I need that privacy, and I would prefer if you did not interrupt me in any way. If you can do that, it's definitely something I would recommend doing.
How do you request quiet? Because that is a difficulty I experience. My dad is a Twitch streamer.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
How do I say, can I have an hour of nothing, please?
Yeah, so I'd say just kind of, hey, the same way that I respect you in your streams and I try not to interrupt, I would appreciate if I could have, an hour of time to record something in my time. Again, I know parents are tough and they have some bad double standards, but if you're respectful of his time, hopefully he can understand and respect yours as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to add, just as a general kind of throwing it out there thing, I know a lot of people think like, oh, I have to move to this city to do this, like voice acting, regular acting, all this. You don't. There's a lot of remote voice acting stuff going out right now that you could do
from just about anywhere.
Yeah, like anywhere, like whether it's at like your house, you're traveling, you just bring your setup stuff.
Another resource, though I will say I have not used it myself, libraries do have workshop spaces in a lot of places, and those are quiet rooms that are, for the most part, pretty soundproof, because they don't want what noise you're making in there to get out into the main part of the library. It may be a resource you're able to lean on. If you can even just get a laptop and a mic into there, you might be able to get some actual work done if you don't have a quiet space of your own.
There's also, when I was in college, we had a piano and like sound recording booth. I don't know how like colleges or even high schools are near you guys or wherever you go, but there was like sign-up sheets during the semester where it's like, I want to use this recording booth for this amount of time. And it's like, it was free, but of course, you know, most of the time you have to pay to go to college, so it's technically not free. So definitely look into that. See what community colleges or regular colleges are doing. See if you can get access to that, because the peace and quiet that I had in there was so nice.
And they may even be open to just letting people in the community utilize that space, especially if it's not being utilized. So it's definitely worth a try. There are some community like resources and spaces in that regard. So.
Yeah. Is there any other questions, comments?
Tips to share, because those were all really lovely. I appreciate everyone lifting each other up and sharing tips amongst each other.
Any favorite shows where you think the voice acting was like top notch? Huh? Oh yeah, that's okay. I need to watch that show. Oh wow. Nice.
Oh, yes, they're like a green character, right? Okay, yes, I've seen them. I'm like, I know which one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and then, like I said, even look into local listings, backstage. I've seen lots of, for those of you who are local, Seattle casting calls are on there a lot too. Even like 4 hours down south, Portland has some voice actor stuff going on where you could either do remotely or in person. A lot of stuff like that. But guys, you don't need to move to LA to do that.
We moved from LA.
Yeah, we moved from California. So don't need to move to New York, any of that. Even Canada has a bunch of stuff too.
Yeah, Vancouver is actually really popular for animation and voice acting, so that's closer by at least if they had to have you come in. But voice acting is one of the few things that can be done remotely, especially in bigger industries. So I think it's definitely a strength that you can build your own space to do so. And it's, I think that's also what lets us have that room to grow and bring representation in, is you don't have to be, you know, an upper middle class person renting a $4,000 apartment in Los Angeles just to get the job done.
I also wanted to add, well, it's on my mind because I forgot to write this down. As far as trying to sound too much like a certain character that either you admire, you've seen in media, you don't always have to like get to that level of, let's say a casting director or a company wants like, hey, I want this like high-pitched tone, but you're thinking of like, oh, maybe I should sound like this high-pitched character. They are looking for like genuine all you unless they specify otherwise. Like I was giving an example to Garrett earlier today. I can't for the life of me remember his, it's J.K. Simmons, who plays Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man, who does Tenzin, Legend of Korra. You know, that voice is
iconic.
It's iconic, and it's his own. And there's no really, like, he just talks like that in real life. There's
you don't have to be a character to be recognized.
And he, you know, he became known for his characters, for his, like, you know,
natural
voice.
speaking voice.
Yeah, and then same with, what's his name? He voices the Disney California Adventures.
Oh my goodness,
I forgot his name. But there's a couple of those instances, and when you hear it on TV and you're just like, that's the one. Or even Kirsten Shaw, who plays Mabel in Gravity Falls, and then plays Luis in Bob's Burgers.
That's just her.
That's just her. She's just like that. But yeah, those are two of like my favorite examples. So definitely be yourself. I also wanted to mention, it was so funny. We have like 2 minutes left. Oh no, we have like 1 minute. All right.
Thank you all for coming.
Yeah, number one. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
That's my man going down.
listen, I love you all. I have gotten no sleep. But I think we can manage more energy than that. Hello! That's great, fantastic. Hello! My name's Ben Padden. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a British stand-up comedian living in Los Angeles. You might know me if you sat in seat 11E of my flight here from LA, or if you're a booking agent for a comedy club. Perhaps you recall looking at the top half and bottom half of this space and saying the words, "I'm sorry, but you're not what we're looking for." There's about a 50-50 chance that you remember me from my YouTube series Port Center, which I did for a number of years. I started it in 2011 and ran to about 2019. And I used to look at interesting ports, conversions, re-releases of old video games. And I don't know why I'm referring to that in the past tense, because I might be making more at some point in the future. Because if I don't, who else is going to make a video about the Game Boy Color version of Toy Story Racer? I think that that's something that we need. I will talk about it. It's going to happen. So this presentation, and it is a presentation, you'll notice it's just me here. There are no people here to give me an out if I suck. It's hard to have a panel with just one person on it. I can barely moderate myself when I'm standing in front of an open refrigerator, let alone when there's half a dozen others. We're off to a very good start, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon. There we go. Fantastic. I do have my mask set to muffle. There's a little dial at the back. So if you can't hear me, that's on purpose. It is an aesthetic choice, and I hope you just roll with it. So my goal here today is a presentation. This is a celebration of the Worms franchise. I'll be recounting the history of the franchise, the highs, the lows, the secrets and oddities that nobody knows about or cares enough about to remember. And according to the description in the program, I'll also be telling you the 3 things any Worms player needs to know to become a legendary Worms master. Now, I won't lie. I wrote the description for the guide. I don't remember writing these words. Why did I write this? I don't know what I was thinking when I submitted this panel. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. So I think what will happen is we'll just stumble across them together as we talk about the Worms series. I think that's probably going to, I'll just make some up. Who cares? We're learning these things together. This presentation is also something of a little bit of a Trojan horse, because I do have an ulterior motive in wanting to present it. I'm ashamed to say that I lied to you. I lied to PAX. I hope in time you can forgive me, because this isn't just, I don't just want to tell you about the Worms series. I want to tell you why Worms has the potential to be the greatest esports game of all time. I legitimately believe that, and we will be coming to that at the end of this presentation. And finally, before I crack on, I should point out that while this is a celebration of the Worms games, nothing I say here today is endorsed or authorized. Sorry, excuse me. Let me go back. There we go, there we go. Nothing I say here today is endorsed or authorized by Team 17. The practical upside of this is I can say things like Worms 3D was a bit crap without someone at Team 17 telling me I can't do that. I mean, they can if they want. Someone at Team 17 can very much tell me what I'm not allowed to say here. I don't have to listen to them. It's great. No one can stop me. None of you have the power to stop me from doing this. And there's no... well, I'll push on anyway. That's a little bit of trickery, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon. So let's start from the beginning. It's 1990. Nelson Mandela has been released from a South African prison. Margaret Thatcher has resigned as British Prime Minister, but selfishly stopped short of dropping dead. In America, children worldwide in America, children nationwide are reeling after watching the last episode of DuckTales. Meanwhile, in England, Andy Davidson, with the slide load, please. Will you press the button? There we go. Andy Davidson, seen here showing off his worm, is using a Casio graphing calculator to code a turn-based artillery game that he's very cleverly called Artillery. In this game, players control teams of tiny soldiers as they take turns blowing each other up on a large map. It doesn't sound to me like it's going to catch on. By 1993, he's in university at this point, I believe. He's moved on to the Commodore Amiga. He's replaced the little soldiers with lemmings, because in 1993, if you're making a game for the Amiga, you're going to put lemmings in it. Those sprites are everywhere. They're very easy to pull from the game. But at a certain point, he decides this is a little bit too copyright infringing, and he replaces them with worms. And there we are, and that is the very first worm sprite as it looked in 1993. Something else that happens in 1993 is that Margaret Thatcher stubbornly refuses to change from a living person to a dead one. I'm terribly sorry. There's not a lot we can do about that. So, in 1994, there is an Amiga magazine called Amiga Format, published by Future Publishing, and they have a competition, they have a game design competition where people can send in their floppy disks of Amiga games for the possibility of getting a publishing deal. Andy Davidson sends in his design for Worms. He puts the game, he's coded it in Blitz Basic. If any of you know what Blitz Basic is, I'm sorry. He's made the game, he sent it in, and he is shocked to discover he didn't win the contest. It didn't happen. It didn't make it to the finals. But that doesn't stop him. He's determined to get a publishing deal. He wants to get this game out into the world, and I don't blame him. It's a lot of fun. It's called Worms. At this point, actually, it's called Total Wormage. It's a great name. He's at ECTS in 1994, I believe. It's a industry trade show in the UK. And he approaches Team 17 software. Now, Team 17 software at this point are mostly known for a lot of Amiga games like Alien Breed, Super Frog, Body Blows. They are a heavy hitter in the world of Amiga gaming. And they offer him a publishing deal on the spot. Team 17 have this grand idea of releasing the game for the PC and the Amiga. At this point, they're thinking of pivoting away from the Amiga as a budget title. There's just one problem. At this point, the Amiga is dying. It's 1994. Piracy is rampant on the Amiga. As a case in point, I grew up, we had 3 Amigas in our household. We had about 3 or 4 legit games, including Worms eventually, and about 24 copyrighted, like bootleg pirate games that we downloaded off of BBSs. So it was a rough time. Plus, the Amiga was also facing competition from things like the Sega Genesis, the Super Nintendo, the PlayStation was just around the corner. The Amiga's not the place to put a brand new game. More to the point, Team 17 are playing the game in the studio, and they're thinking, this is a lot of fun. We're having a lot of brews, we're having a lot of laughs, there's some swearing involved. It's good times. Maybe we should make this a full price title. Maybe we should make it a multi-platform title. Let's put it on the Super Nintendo, let's put it on the Genesis. And that is exactly what happens. Team 17 enters into a publishing deal with Ocean Software. I don't know if you're familiar with Ocean Software, some of you may be, but Ocean were a very heavy hitter in the 80s and 90s. They put out a lot of licensed games, things like Batman the movie, The Addams Family, Jurassic Park, which is not loading, even though I'm pressing the button. There we go. They're also responsible for the Super Nintendo Dennis the Menace. They have a lot to answer for. So it happens a year later, in 1995, just in time for Christmas, Worms is released for a laundry list of consoles. PC, Mac, Apple, the Amiga, CD32, Super Nintendo, the Mega Drive, the PlayStation, the Saturn, the Game Boy. There is a version that comes out for the Atari Jaguar in 1998. This is the last retail game released for the Jaguar. And it was published by a company whose name I could not remember. And when I looked them up on Wikipedia, it was in red, so they don't even have an article. It's great. There was also, fun fact, there was going to be a Virtual Boy version. That got cancelled. Not entirely sure why. I wasn't able to find any documentation. I did actually have a conversation with someone at Team 17 about that a few years ago, and apparently they didn't even start work on the game. Ocean just announced it, and Team 17 went, I guess we're doing this. Oh, now we don't have to. Brilliant. Perfect. So Worms comes out in 1995, and it sells like gangbusters all over Europe. If you knew anyone, if you were living in the UK, living in Europe, and you knew someone who had a PlayStation, odds were they also had a copy of Worms. This thing was huge at university campuses. It was massive. It didn't get released in America at the same time, because the PlayStation version, Sony at the time, Sony Computer Entertainment America didn't want 2D games on the PlayStation, because they thought it would make the PlayStation look dated. So there were a lot of active negotiations at the time. Actually, I did some research on this. Capcom were only allowed to release Mega Man 8 for the PlayStation because they threatened to make Resident Evil 2 a Saturn exclusive. Imagine living in that universe, where you own a PlayStation and you can't play Resident Evil 2. Heresy. Ocean Software, they cracked the deal, they published the game in America. It's the last game they published in America, which does make me think there was a blood sacrifice involved to get that thing on the PlayStation in the US. So two things happened between the release of Worms and Worms 2 in 1997. The first is the release of an expansion pack, Worms Reinforcements. It was only released for the PC. Adds a bunch of new features. It's nice. It has a single-player campaign. That's something that was missing from the original. The original was just about multiplayer. It's great. They added a single-player campaign into this one, and they added a weapon called the Mole Bomb, which explodes and throws a drill and then is useless. I don't really have another way to describe that weapon, but it is functionally defunct. There's no reason to have it. Worms Reinforcements is fine. It gets bundled with Worms later as Worms United. Very exciting stuff. The thing that is most exciting to me personally, as someone who grew up with the Amiga, is the release of Worms the Director's Cut. This is, for me, this is the holy grail of Worms games. It was released exclusively for the Amiga. It was a farewell from Team 17 for the Amiga. It was their last Amiga game before they moved over to PC and PlayStation, etc. permanently. Andy Davidson, who created Worms, coded this version more or less by himself. He added new weapons, new features, and it was kind of a testing ground. Originally, Team 17 wanted Worms 2 to just be kind of a high-def remake of the original Worms. They weren't going to add any more features. They weren't going to add any more weapons. Andy Davidson said, what if we did, though? And he just started putting stuff into this version of the game. New weapons, new features. This version of the game, I'm assuming anyone here who's played Worms, you've used the Holy Hand Grenade, you've used the Super Sheep. These are weapons that made their debut in Worms the Director's Cut. The ability to swing on a ninja rope, let go, and then throw another one before you hit the ground, known in the Worms community as roping, starts here. A lot of the stuff was Andy just experimenting, and then he would play, hey, come over here, Bjorn, have a play of Worms the Director's Cut, let me know what you think. And now that everyone else has been playing what he's been doing with his little project, suddenly they want to put it in Worms 2. And so that's how we end up with the stuff that ends up in Worms 2, the new weapons, the new features. Downside of this, it did only sell 5,000 copies worldwide. I don't know how much you know about the industry. That's not a big number. It's not a lot of copies sold. Now, I did Google this. I've known this fact for years. And I wanted a source. I wanted to cite a source for this panel. So I typed in Worms Director's Cut, 5,000 copies sold, source. And what came up is a website I founded back in 2004. So the source for this is me. I'm pretty sure this is something that someone at Team 17 told me, and I never cited them by name. So Wikipedia everywhere lists 5,000 copies sold. Hey, I'm the person who told you that. I'm sorry for ruining facts. But the other thing is, so earlier this year, they announced that there's going to be an Amiga 500 Mini. It's going to be one of those mini consoles like the Nintendo, like the Super Nintendo that they did earlier, a couple of years ago. This is going to be preloaded with a bunch of Amiga games, including Worms the Director's Cut. So if this thing sells more than 5,000 copies, we're in. But this is also an opportunity for all of you. When this thing comes out next year, it is going to be, I think, about $120. This is something that not only can you play a bunch of classic Amiga games on, you'll also be able to play Worms the Director's Cut officially for the first time since 1997. Unless you go to my website, Team 17, where about 20 years ago now, nearly 20 years ago, Team 17 actually gave me permission to make their entire back catalog of Amiga games available as a free download. So if you have an Amiga emulator, and you can do that legally, there is a thing called Amiga Forever. You can buy it for, I think, about $30, $40, and it is a very easy-to-use Amiga emulation package. You can install that, you can download Worms the Director's Cut, and you can play it on your own computer, and I strongly recommend it. It is, personally for me, it is the best Worms game ever made. But we're about to get into a period of Worms that has people disagreeing with me with that one, because we get it coming out with Worms 2. Worms 2 first came out in 1997. It was a PC exclusive. Team 17's first game that they developed solely for the PC. And this included many of the features from Worms the Director's Cut. It included a lot of new features, a new single-player campaign, and it had a really great cartoony style. Also, high definition, ladies and gentlemen, screen resolution of 640 by 480. That's it there on the right, compared to the original Worms on the left. Look at those pixels. Whoa. Gorgeous. It was also the first Worms game with dedicated online service. For the first time, you could play Worms against friends in another country or down the street if you're lazy. It's brilliant. Finally, an online community starts to build up around this game. People having tournaments, leagues, contests, and suddenly this community bubbles up. Before, it was just college students in their dorms getting drunk and playing Worms, and now suddenly you can play Worms against someone on the other side of the planet. The following year, 1998, unfortunately, Margaret Thatcher is still alive. But we get the first of our spin-offs of Worms. We get Addiction Pinball, which is clearly a title everyone here is aware of, giving the round of applause and screaming and hollering you just did. This is a pinball game, what Team 17 did. There are two tables. One is a Worms table, and the other is a table based on a racing game called World Rally Fever that Team 17 released in 1996, which we all remember playing because it was so good. So this is the World Rally Fever table, this is the Worms table, and the thing I love about this is, even though this came out after Worms 2, the style here, the look of the Worms, is much closer to those original first-generation Worms. It's still a little cartoony, but it's like a nice transition between the first-gen Worms and the second-gen Worms. I love this. I wish we'd gotten a game in this style. Maybe we did. Maybe that's what the first-gen Worms games are. I still love this game. I was playing this on the flight here from LA. I love this game so much. This actually got ported to the PlayStation in 1999 after the release of the next game in the series, Worms Armageddon. This got released as Worms Pinball on the PlayStation in 1999. And just to confuse everyone further, the Worms Pinball got a standalone release in '98, also called Worms Pinball. This is the start of a trend in the Worms series where multiple games have the same name despite being very different. So we're gonna touch on that. That's gonna be fun. But the next game is the big one, Worms Armageddon. Worms Armageddon comes out in early 1999 in Europe, and it comes out at the end of the spring of '99 in the US. Worms Armageddon uses the exact same game engine as Worms 2, and was originally, it started development as an expansion pack. Originally this was going to be something that bolted onto the side of Worms 2, and it just got so big it became its own standalone title. They completely overhauled the single-player experience. Instead of every mission being, hey, kill them worms, it becomes, kill them worms and maybe get that crate. Or kill them worms, but do it in a minute and a half. Variations of a theme. You can change the screen resolution for the first time since Worms 2 came out. You can go all the way up, and I want you to brace yourselves, all the way up to 1024 by 768. Oh, yes. Think of how many worms you can fit on a screen at that resolution. Get excited, you should. The other thing about Worms Armageddon, this is the gold standard as far as the online Worms community is concerned. People are still playing this game today. It is still getting patches and updates to this day. The last update was released last year and was such a big deal that Kotaku and Polygon and a bunch of other gaming sites were posted about it. There was a trailer for it. It has a bunch of new features. Any resolution your monitor supports, Worms Armageddon now supports it. So you can fit many, many very small worms on a screen if you have a 4K monitor. Worms Armageddon did have online ranked play. That was short-lived because it was very, very hackable, so they killed that. It's believed by many to be the best game in the series. Now, there was also a PlayStation version. There was an N64 version. There was a cancelled port for the Amiga that was going to be handled by a company called Hyperion. There's a Game Boy Color version. I think I already said that. And there was going to be a Dreamcast version. We will come back to the Dreamcast in a minute because this kind of affects the trajectory of the series going forward. Now, Worms Armageddon was published by Microprose, who, like many companies in the 90s, were eaten by Infogrames. Infogrames decided that they wanted to pressure Team 17 into making a 3D Worms game. Infogrames, that's their old logo, if you remember them. They were kind of an armadillo at a pride parade, which I fully endorse and support. Love wins. Infogrames have decided, they approach Team 17 and they say, God, people like this Worms game, don't they? You know what you should do? A 3D one. Actually, Team 17 at this point in 1999, they say, actually, no, we're not ready for that yet. We want to do it when it's the right time. And Infogrames, who published Worms Armageddon, say, no, we own Worms now. We're going to have another studio make this. So that happens. They have another studio starting work on a 3D Worms game. Team 17 have lawyers, and they go to Infogrames and say, you do not own Worms, you can't do this. Infogrames go, oh, you know what, that's fine, you know what, backing away, we're not going to do it, we're going to walk away from the project, very sorry to have upset you. And then the following year they release Hogs of War for the PlayStation, which if you played Hogs of War is, what if Worms was 3D and bad? Shocking coincidence, I'm sure there's no relation to the two different projects. But I'll tell you what, this was a ballsy move on Infogrames' part. This was a sheer act of bastardry, and I think we've actually found one of our 3 things that you need to be a great Worms player: bastardry. You need to be able to try to do anything in your goal, to accomplish your goal of destroying the other teams and being the overall winner. You cannot let things like friendships and family and legally binding contracts stop you from achieving your goal. Worms is like Mario Kart if you had to take turns at throwing blue shells at each other. That is what Worms is like. Sega, who at the time have the Dreamcast, not for long, God bless them, they tried, but they loved Worms Armageddon on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast version is selling really well, and Sega approached Team 17 about making a version of Worms Armageddon with online play. So that's what Team 17 do in 2001. We get Worms World Party. Came out for the PC, the Dreamcast. It eventually got released for the PlayStation and the Game Boy Advance. There is a baffling N-Gage port of this game. The taco phone itself gets Worms World Party. I'm sure all 7 people who were still playing on their N-Gage at this point, in 2005, I think, cripes, really had a good time with it. There was also going to be a port for the Gizmondo. This is, I think, what the box art was going to be. It didn't happen. Does anyone here know what the Gizmondo is? Hands up if anyone remembers the Gizmondo. That is about how many people bought one. So Worms World Party, I don't need to say a lot about Worms World Party. It's basically Armageddon again, but with a new single-player campaign. They added multiplayer missions. They added a mission editor so people could make their own missions. But Worms 2, Armageddon, and Worms World Party, they all represent for many people this kind of golden age of Worms. This is when the community was at its hottest and most active. This is when people were playing the games. And again, the fact that of those 3 games, Armageddon is the one still getting software updates to this day is a testament to just how beloved this era of the games are. This is where we also move into spin-off territory properly. Addiction Pinball, Worms Table, quite nice. Next game, Worms Blast. Does anyone here know what Worms Blast is? Has anyone played Worms Blast? More people need to have played Worms Blast. Let me tell you what Worms Blast is. Worms Blast is the answer to the question, what if someone took Puzzle Bobble and put bombs in it? What if someone gave Puzzle Bobble a gun? And it is shockingly good fun. This is a really fun game to get to play at parties. No one else knows how to play it, but pretty much everyone knows how to play Puzzle Bobble. So it's interesting to watch people try to figure out how they've changed things. Great single-player campaign, a lot of fun. Let's see, 2002, I think we should check in. Can we get a Margaret Thatcher status update? She's still alive? Okay. All right, well, I mean, we can't have it. We'll check in on her again later to see if she's still kicking. So Worms Blast is, for me, that's kind of the end of the golden age of the Worms series. After this point, this is when things start to get a bit wobbly, and you can tell it got wobbly because I didn't script what I was going to say next. So the next game in the series is Worms 3D, which was released in 2003 for PC, Mac, and those 3 beautiful consoles. So this game was announced in 2002. It was originally announced as Worms 3. It was going to be published by Activision, but they pulled out halfway through development. Now, whether that's because of a dispute, I don't know. I don't know the history there. But knowing what Activision is like, Team 17 probably dodged a bullet. Activision pulled out, but Sega and Acclaim stepped in. Sega publishes this game in Europe, and Acclaim publishes it in the US, except for the Xbox version, which does get published by Sega of America. Now, this is a fully 3D game. I said it's a fully 3D game. There we go. It uses a voxel engine, so it's a lot of islands, a lot of floating islands made of kind of deformable, destructible terrain. You hit a part of an island, it blows up just like in 2D Worms. It's brilliant. They did a really good job. It's fine. It's an okay game. In the UK, the title music was replaced with a song by Junior Senior called Shake Your Coconuts. Coconuts, of course, having a strong link with worms. No. This is removed from the American release by Acclaim, and then Team 17 later released a hotfix for the PC version, which removes the coconut shaking music. Downside of this, part of the deal with Sega is Team 17 had to shelve a Worms racing game they were developing called Worms Battle Rally. I was going to show you a screenshot of what that looked like, because they did release some a few years ago, only I didn't remember to do that. So instead, let's remember that worm, let's imagine, all of us collectively, I want you to imagine that worm there is in a go-kart. And I just want you to picture that. Just for a second. Let's all imagine a better universe where there's a Worms racing game. Give yourself a second. Yeah, that's fun, huh? Good times. Ah, so much fun. All right. What's next? What's next is a little game called Worms Forts Under Siege, and this is where we start to get into kind of the weird spin-off territory. This game has buildings. Instead of just moving wherever you want and firing weapons however you like, you have to build structures that point one to the next, and certain types of building have certain weapons on them. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first Worms game with hats. You can wear a hat. We've done it. 21st century is where everything changes and you've got to be ready. It's all hats. Worms Forts Under Siege is a brilliant idea, hampered by the fact that the game is so slow. It is so impossibly, improbably, annoyingly slow, to the point where a fan made a mod for the game to increase the maximum game time from 60 minutes to 99, and he would have done more, but the code wouldn't allow him to. So the next game in the series, let's move away from this. I don't want to look at this anymore. I do want to go to the next game. Please, I'm pressing the button. Thank you. Worms 4 Mayhem. I feel like they picked the subtitle of this one by writing a bunch of words down on scraps of paper and picking them out of a hat. That's like, how many games out there have the subtitle of Annihilation or Revenge? It's that. This is a non sequitur of a title. This is Mad Libs, but they published this. This came out. It's basically Worms 3D Mark II. They added some new weapons, and they also added a destructible height map, as well as having these floating voxel islands. There's also a polygonal kind of 3D height map that gets kind of rises and lowers depending on when weapons are hitting it. A little bit actually like Hogs of War, funnily enough. That's an interesting coincidence. Did I have another screenshot after this? No, I did not, but I did have that in 2011. This did get combined with Worms 3D into a kind of a HD re-release called Worms Ultimate Mayhem. You can play this right now. Don't. It's fine. They basically just bolted the Worms 3D single-player campaign onto the side of Worms 4 Mayhem and called it a day, not realizing that doing this would break a lot of things. And they didn't fix it, ever. It's never been fixed, so that's fun. 2006 is where, and I realize I'm kind of blowing through a lot of Worms history here, but there's also a lot of things that happen over the next 10 years, so bear with me, please. Next game in the series is Worms Open Warfare. This came out for the PSP and the Nintendo DS in 2005 or 2006. Which one does it say up there? It's 2005 on there and 2006 on my notes. I'm very organized and good at this. It is 2006, and this is essentially a remake of the original Worms in the style of kind of the Worms 2 games. It's got the dodgiest AI you have ever seen in a Worms game. I have watched the AI throw a grenade, ping it off of 2 walls, and have it come to a solid, gentle rest on one of my Worms' heads. It is the jammiest thing. I hate it, and I want it to die a long, slow, painful death. But the game engine for this Worms game basically forms the basis for Worms games over the next basically 6 or 7 years. This is a difficult time for Worms fans. This game did get ported to the Xbox 360 in 2007 as just Worms, kind of billed as a kind of Xbox Live Arcade, pay $10 and here you are, you've got the original Worms game kind of more or less. It's the first Worms game that had DLC because all the stuff they had to cut to get it down to 50 megabytes. Remember when Xbox Live Arcade games had to be no bigger than 50 megabytes? You remember that? They trimmed so much off, they hacked off limbs of this game to squeeze it onto the Xbox, and then released those limbs as DLC. It's the only way they could do it. But it did get released for the PlayStation 3 and for iPhone in 2009 as well, which I did not put on the slide because I was lazy. And we'll move on to the next game in the series. Did I post a screenshot? Is there a screenshot here? Yeah, there is. That's what Worms Open Warfare and also by extension Worms on the Xbox look like. Nice 3D backgrounds. I had kind of 2D graphics up front and then the nice 3D mountains in the background. It was very nice. There's a London theme where in the background is Big Ben and the clock shows the current time you are playing. It's very nice. This was followed by Worms Open Warfare 2 in 2007. Ignore the slide. I'm very clever. There was a DS version of this game. This game came with the PSP and the DS. The DS version of the first Worms Open Warfare was developed by a company called Game Source, who did what I would categorize as a crap job. It wasn't very good. It wasn't barely Worms. So Two Tribes, who you might know from Toki Tori and a handful of other wonderful games, they did the DS version of Worms Open Warfare 2. And they just reused the Worms Armageddon game engine. So if you like playing Worms Armageddon, it handles just like that. For the longest time, the DS version of Worms Open Warfare 2 was the best handheld Worms game. This is then followed by Worms: A Space Oddity on the Wii. This is not a good game, and I will tell you the one reason why. Motion controls in a Worms game. Motion controls in a Worms game. Imagine having to throw the grenade yourself. That's how you determine how much power you have in your throw. It was bad. It is, in my opinion, unplayable. But you know what? The thing you've got to admire about Team 17 is they did take the risk. It didn't work, but they went for it, you know? And I think actually that is our second of our 3 key points for being a great Worms player, is risk-taking. You've got to be willing to put yourself out there. You've got to be willing to take the plunge and give it a go. Because you might win, or you might end up with Worms: A Space Oddity. You never know. This is then followed in 2009 by Worms 2 Armageddon. This is the dumbest name that this game could possibly have been given. We have Worms 2, we have Worms Armageddon, and now we have Worms 2 Armageddon, screwing up Google searches for anyone who wants to search for any of these 3 games. If they are, and I'm just going to throw this out there as an example, researching for a presentation on the Worms series. It is the worst. Look at this. That's 3 games sharing 2 titles. That's bedlam. I hate it. It's an okay game. It's fine. They were definitely trying to recapture that Worms Armageddon vibe. It has a very Worms Armageddon feel in terms of art design, sound design. Because Team 17 know at this point. They've released so many new Worms games, so many great titles, and also Worms: A Space Oddity. And no one's buying them or playing them, but then they keep going back to Worms Armageddon at the end of it all. So they just think, well, let's just make Worms Armageddon again. They even put the name in the title. It has most of the weapons and concepts from all the previous Worms games in the series. And this game, at least to avoid confusion for PC players, this one did get re-released on the PC as Worms Reloaded, which was then followed by a sequel called Worms Revolutions, and I believe there's a 4th one coming out. That's not true. I'm making a Matrix joke off the top of my head, and it's not working. I don't think it's working. I'm going to bail. I'm going to pull the emergency joke ripcord and just carry on. So at this point, they released a couple of mobile games that are released over the next few years, because Worms 2 Armageddon gets a mobile release, and then they decide they need to make more. So there's Worms 3, which already exists. We talked about that. And Worms 4, which already exists. And we've talked about that. You Google Worms 4, you're either going to get that piece of key art or 3D screenshots from Worms 4 Mayhem and nothing else. Don't do it. Listen, this annoyed me. This left me in a frustrated state having to research this. This is my fault. I submitted this presentation. I should have known what I was getting into, and you know what? I'm sorry. I've let you all down. I've let my anger bubble to the surface, and all I can do is apologize. But I'm not going to apologize for Worms Battle Islands, which is the next game that comes out, and it comes out for the Wii and the PSP. This one, God bless Team 17. It is 2010, and someone has asked them, what if motion controls are bad? And they finally make a Worms game for the Wii that doesn't require you to wrench your arm out of your socket to throw a chaffing grenade. Good on them. This is then followed by Worms Crazy Golf. You may be thinking, what is Worms Crazy Golf? Well, it's Worms if golf. It's actually okay. I spent a lot of time playing this. This was actually a fun one, but it's not one that anyone's coming back to anytime soon. It's fine. The next game in the series is actually kind of a little bit of a big deal because it's Worms Revolution, which makes my Matrix joke earlier. And there's applause from people. Apparently people are playing this one. I'm actually stunned. Worms Revolution was, it was 3D graphics, but it was still 2D gameplay, so it was kind of like 2.5D. It's still 2D Worms, they didn't go back to 3D, but the Worms were rendered in 3D. The landscape was kind of this 3D kind of bump map, height map kind of situation, but it's still recognizably 2D Worms. Probably the two key points from this. Firstly, Matt Berry from What We Do in the Shadows narrates this game and is brilliant. If you've seen the IT crowd, he is in that also. And Andy Davidson, who created Team 17, he had left the company between the release of Armageddon and World Party. He came back to work on Revolution. So this is the first Worms game in cripes, like a decade plus, that Andy Davidson, who created the series, actually worked on. That's fantastic. This is then followed a year later by Worms Clan Wars. Andy Davidson is gone, and it's pretty much the same game. So I'm just going to show you the same screenshot again. It's just basically that. I'm not gonna throw another one up. Now it's 2013. This game is released on the PS4 and the Xbox One as Worms Battlegrounds. But something more impressive happens in this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Margaret Thatcher is dead. She's dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Finally happened. And this, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon, this leads us to our third and final trait to be a key Worms master: patience. I want everyone in this room to consider yourself proud, to take pride in the fact that you outlived Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, who were like best buds. They were like that. Good job, good on you. So the next game that comes out is Worms WMD, which stands for Worms of Mass Destruction, or WWMD, or Worms WMD. It comes out in 2016. It is the first game in a long time that I've blown through a lot of these games over the last 10 years at this point because they're not fun. That's the biggest problem that the Worms series has at the moment. And again, this is why I'm thankful that Team 17 did not sanction this. I can talk about this. The last 10, 15 years worth of Worms games, again, God bless them for trying, but they haven't been fun. This is the first Worms game that feels fun again. They try to take that same feel from Worms Armageddon, but they've given it kind of the visual aesthetic from the original Worms games. The Worms themselves are nice, they're cartoony, they're wild, they're chaotic, they are fun to look at. But the terrains, I want you to look at that. It's still cartoony, but it's just veering slightly more towards the kind of pseudo-realistic style of the original Worms games. This is the first Worms game in a long time that it feels like it has like a visual style. It feels like it has something that it is trying to convey. And it's fun. It is a fun game. It's not, I don't think, as fun as Worms Armageddon or Worms World Party, but it's the first game where it feels like they're actually trying new ideas, they're doing something a little different, they're trying to revitalize the series. It's a wonderful, interesting blend. There was a Switch version of this that came out a couple of years ago. It's the first good handheld Worms game since Worms Open Warfare 2 on the DS. And it's a lot of fun. If you want to play Worms on the toilet, this is the one I recommend you play. This is top notch. I will come back, my comments about Worms, I'll come back to those in just a moment. Because one of the things I want to address is that between 2003 and 2016, Team 17 were putting out basically a Worms game a year. Whether it was a port or a re-release or a mobile version, there are no gaps in that time, 2003 to 2016. Some years have multiple releases in them, which makes what happens next a little bit surprising. There's a 4-year lull. There's a gap where Team 17 do not put out a single Worms game. They're not even reissuing an old game. That's 4 years. They're working on other things. They move into publishing. They're kind of a darling now of indie publishers in Europe. They put out things like The Escapists and Overcooked. Really fun and enjoyable games. And then in 2020, at the tail end of last year, they put out Worms Rumble. Worms Rumble is being played by that person over there and that person exclusively. Worms Rumble is an interesting experiment because it is the first time that they have done a real-time Worms game. This is a game where instead of taking turns, everyone is playing at the same time. There's, I think it's like a game of like 32 people. I don't play as often as I did when it first came out, but it's like 32 people in an arena. They were really, in terms of aesthetic, in terms of the menus, there's a lot of purple. They're definitely going for the Fortnite crowd here. There's a lot of hats, a lot of customizability, a lot of, dare I say it, loot crates in this version of Worms. They are trying to court the esports crowd by making a zippier, faster version of Worms. And I don't think you have to do that to make a good Worms game, because I think Worms is already great. And I'm going to go into that right now. This is why Worms could be a great esport. This is my genuine, heartfelt feeling right now. Over the last 10, 15 years, the Worms games, I feel like they've lost their way a little bit. And that's because they've lost their pace, they've lost their speed. They used to zip along. You'd end your turn and the next person's jumping in on theirs, and it just moves at a lightning pace. It is fun to watch. Something happens after the release of Worms 3D. The Worms feel sluggish, slower, because for the 3D games, they have to kind of map that movement to 3D space, so the Worms are kind of accordioning back and forth at a much slower pace. And then when they go back to making 2D games, they keep that speed. And it's a slower game as a result. I think if you took the speed of something like Worms World Party, Worms Armageddon, Worms the Director's Cut, I'm actually going to show you now, this is Worms the Director's Cut. This is the Amiga version of Worms the Director's Cut. Are you going to let me do the thing? Do the thing, come on. So this is the Amiga version, this is my favorite Worms game. I just have some AI players playing right now. Let's watch as this kind of zips along from worm to worm. This is, I think, this could be a lot of fun to watch. I really hope they do something interesting, because otherwise I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot here. There we go, back and forth, there we are. The thing about Worms before the 3D games is it really used to just kind of pop. Things used to happen very quickly, and then you would immediately move on to the next Worms go, unless this worm dies. Very good, very good. It's undercut my point, why don't you? And you don't get that with the newer games, because the Worms move slowly, and then it feels like there's like a 5 or 10 second break between the end of one turn and the start of the next. And my feeling is, if you had a game like this, if you had a game like Worms Armageddon, this is fun to watch. You know what? Esports has a lot of things. Esports has its basketball in the form of Rocket League. Esports has its basketball in the form of Rocket League. It has first-person shooters. It has competitive sports. You know what it really doesn't have yet? Golf. There is nothing where you can kind of sit and watch someone kind of metaphorically take a swing and wait to see if, where the grenade is going to land, where the bazooka is going to land. We don't have anything really like that in esports, and I feel like a Worms game, with a turn-based Worms game, with a good zippy pace like this, God, I hope this has been zipping along, could be a lot of fun to watch. I genuinely think if Worms could get back, if Team 17 could get back to the heart of what makes Worms fun to play and fun to watch. Like, I remember being at friends' houses and there's maybe 4 people playing Worms and there's 8 other people just watching. And we could get that back on a global scale. I genuinely believe that. Right now, we don't have that. And this is one of the reasons why I think that Worms is in a really good position to be a really good esport, if Team 17 could just crack that nut. Now, I'm going to go back to my slides. I'm going to say thank you very much for listening to me ramble about Worms. My name is Ben Padden. If you like my voice, I do 2 podcasts. My girlfriend and I, my fiance and I, do a podcast about The Nanny called Out on Her Fanny. We're watching The Nanny, the 90s sitcom from the beginning. We're doing episode by episode. I'm also the GM of a Doctor Who role-playing game actual play podcast called The Game of Rassilon. And that is it. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble for 45, 50 minutes. I think we do have a little bit of time, so if anyone does want to ask questions, there is a microphone in the middle. I'm not going anywhere because my knee hurts, so I'm just going to stand here for a bit. So if you have a question, by all means, throw it up. Yes, please. Hello.
Hi, Ben. It's Mike. How you doing?
Mike, hello.
Hi. So this is
Give us the premises.
This is less of a question and more of a slight brag. After 15 years of playing Worms with my friend Sam, who's been beating me every single time, he's kind of a jerk about it, beats everybody. About a month ago, I managed a Hail Mary in the very last bit of the map, managed to do a holy hand grenade from one side all the way to the other side. He was inside, had to bounce it in, and beat him, and it felt so good.
That's fantastic. Let me tell you this. Now imagine that you're streaming that for an audience of 10,000 people.
Right?
Worms could be a really good esport.
I
will die on this hill, and my corpse, the bones on my corpse, will form the words. Worms could be a really good esport. I have died on this hill. I have so many bones, doctors are baffled.
Painted in the sky in gossamer teardrops.
Thank you, Mike. I'll see you after.
Hi. I'm not sure what platforms you play on. What would be the best Worms to play on Steam?
Worms Armageddon is available for Windows. It is frequently on sale for like $3.75.
All right.
I have a Twitter account with 7 followers called Is Worms Armageddon on sale right now? And the answer is frequently yes. Like Steam has it for $15. If you pay $15, that's not a bad price for it, but you can do better. It is frequently on sale on like Steam or GOG or Humble for like $3.75, sometimes a little lower depending on if it's like a summer sale or a winter sale. That's the one to get.
All right, thanks.
You're very welcome.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Great, that was awesome. Just want to say that. Also, do you remember that glitch back in the day on the original Worms for PC where if you were to jump, do a big old jump, and you start holding the space bar to fire your bazooka, and then you land and crash? It allowed you to have an infinite turn, just constantly firing your bazooka.
Oh, yeah. There are so many great bugs in the first-gen Worms. So the PC version of Worms, if you hold down the F1 key and the F3 key, which F1 is the hotkey for the bazooka, and F3 is the hotkey for the shotgun and the Uzi and the minigun.
Yes, yes, yes.
You hold them down. If you time it right and hit space, you will get a minigun of bazooka missiles.
Yes, exactly.
And you can shred through the landscape. It is phenomenal.
Yes.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
Yeah, that was something I was hoping you were going to be touching on during the presentation, and so that's why I'm like, hey, dude, let's talk about that really quick.
You know what? That would have been a great thing to talk about, and I didn't do that because I'm a fool and a charlatan. I'm having you plan my next presentation. So
okay, done.
You're on top of it. If I don't go over something, I will be seeking you out and bludgeoning you to death with a rowing oar. We probably will negotiate contracts later and cut out the rowing oar stuff.
Sweet, come find me.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Apparently Worms could still be a great esport. This is what happens when a bead of sweat hits your phone that you're using as a slide remote. We've got a little bit more time. Does anyone else want to ask me an annoying question? Or an interesting question? It's either or, there's no middle ground. I have fibromyalgia, I have a chronic illness. It's the worst. Look at my very nice, very purple cane. Isn't this nice? Airport security nearly didn't let me take it through the checkpoint. And then I threatened to hit them with it, and they were conducive to that for some reason. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
hey,
I got
I'm
to
sorry,
know...
let me get down to your level. You sound very alluring.
Thank you.
Hello.
I got familiar with the Worm series, Worms Revolution, because it was on Steam. I think we all, like all my friends, we bought it on sale.
Yes. Also, as a pre-order bonus on Steam, it came with Worms Armageddon.
It did?
It did. Anyway, don't let me cut you off. Hello.
So, why is it that your opinion is poor of Revolution but good of Armageddon?
So, the thing about Worms games is the formula is more or less the same for every game. So you can start with any game, and if you're enjoying that game, you're probably having you've got a lot of enjoyment out of Worms Revolution. You are having a good time. I am not taking that away from you. Chase your bliss. You do you, and I love you for it. But the great thing about Worms Revolution is in the same way that 50 Shades of Grey is a bad book, it is a great way to get people reading better literature of that nature. Worms Revolution falls into that same category. If you're playing Revolution and then you decide to pivot backwards or forwards through the timeline of games, you will probably find, you might, I hope you do, if not, Revolution is probably where you live, but you might find a Worms game that has a little bit more balance that you find more interesting, or is doing something that Revolution isn't doing. Because one of the things I love about Revolution, and I kind of glossed past it because I forgot to write it down in my notes, it has a really cool class system. So each worm, you can change, there's the Brainiac, and I think the Brainiac and the Tank, and they all, in the same way, or the Heavy, I can't remember, but they all have different stats in terms of like speed and strength, and in the same way that, a class-based first-person shooter like Team Fortress 2, all the different classes have strengths and weaknesses. And I thought that was an interesting twist to bring to Revolution, and I think it carried over to Clan Wars as well, and Battlegrounds. But for me, it was the physics. It's a very slow game. The water stuff is great. It has water physics. You can knock an object out of the ground, and if there's a pool of water, it will trundle down. Thank you, Will, for trundle. It'll trundle down, it will pool elsewhere, and worms can drown in this little puddle of water, 4 feet above the ground. I love it. But it was the pace and the speed. For that generation of games, like Xbox 360, PS3, I think there's a kind of a floatiness to a lot of physics in that era, and I think it just didn't lend itself well to what Worms does. But there's a lot of really good ideas in there that I hope Team 17 come back to, like the classes. I just prefer Armageddon because I'm basic.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, unless anyone else wants to yell at me about not liking their particular Worms game, I think we're done. Again, thank you very much. Do please follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Listen to my podcasts. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of PAX. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being wonderful human beings. Thank you.
And this is my McDonald's order.
Thank you.
West, how are you all? You having a good PAX so far? Oh my goodness, it is so nice to see such a great audience taking an hour to talk about video game storytelling with me on a Sunday on the first PAX in far too long. Thank you. Let's give a hand to the enforcers also and the incredible staff and crew. They have a tremendous job during the best of PAXs, and the amount of extra stuff they've had to do this year is just like, I can't even imagine it. So hats off to them, truly. Let me introduce myself to you. My name's Aaron Suduko. I'm the founder and chief video game analyst of With a Terrible Fate. Any chance any of y'all have heard of us before? Okay, better than, I don't know what that noise was, but hopefully a growl of approval. We're a small volunteer online publication that analyzes the storytelling of video games. That is the one thing we do. We do it mostly in long-form analysis on withtheterriblefate.com, so I encourage you to check that out. And the other way that we primarily do it is by going out to great conventions like PAX, where we can meet some of the most thoughtful, energetic gamers in the world and talk with them about why they value the storytelling of video games so much, because at the end of the day, it's all about the conversations for us. So hopefully some people who are at our horror panel on Friday night were able to find their way here. Good to see some of you again. Yeah, see you. And good to see new faces as well. Really excited for the next hour or so to be talking with you about one of our article series on the site, Now Loading the Video Game Canon, which is all about trying to basically figure out what are the great books of gaming. Just like you might have a canon in something like Western literature or philosophy or religion, what is the canon of great video game stories that you have to play in order to really understand what's going on in the medium? I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of how this is going to work. There's a little bit of audience participation down the line, so hopefully that's a fun thing, given that it's all about an interactive medium. I imagine that it should be. The way that this is going to go is for the first maybe 20 to 25 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about what canons are in general, the good, the bad, and the ugly of them, why video games might stand to benefit from a storytelling canon right about now, and walk you through an example of what it might look like to evaluate a game that probably a decent number of you know and love for admission into the canon. After that, what will hopefully be the majority of this conversation will be, as I said, audience participation. And I know I just threw a link on the screen. I know we're being streamed. So I'm going to look the streamers dead in the eye, and people who are watching this online, I'm so glad you're here. Please do not vote in this. I know that's really uncool, and I don't want to treat you as second-class citizens, but there's a reason. The reason is what the second half of this panel will be is a conversation, I hope, between all of you and each other and me about one of these games, basically evaluating it to figure out whether or not it belongs in this video game canon that we're trying to build. And as much as the people who are watching on the stream, I'm so excited to have you interested. Sadly, you can't walk into this room and join the conversation, so if we end up with a game being voted, but not a lot of the people who voted for it are here, it's not going to be that great of a conversation for anyone. So, with that caveat in mind, we will be doing by popular vote a conversation and just freewheeling discussion about the storytelling merits of one of these games. Everyone who's in the room, I do encourage you, hopefully you have reception, so you can go to that link. This isn't the only time you'll be seeing it. I'll be putting it up again after my conversation with you, and we'll just dig into one of those games. We'll use the talkback mic, so when the time comes after my bit of talking at you, you can line up, share your thoughts, I'll share some thoughts, we'll have a great discussion about it. But first, we got to do some preliminaries. In the first instance, what is a canon, right? And I don't just say that because it's maybe an academic sounding word. It's actually important to distinguish what we're doing here from what's maybe a more typical use of the word canon in modern discussion about video games. We're not talking about a canon of events. So probably it sounds familiar to your ear to ask a question like, oh, is it canon that Link killed Ganondorf in this particular branch of the Zelda timeline, right? Basically asking, is it true under the accepted or authorized interpretation of the fiction that this is a thing that really happened, right? That's interesting. It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about today. We're talking instead about this kind of canon of works, right? So again, just taking a toy example of one of many such canons, if you're thinking about a traditional great books course in the canon of Western literature, literature, these might be some of the things that you read, right? Things like the Odyssey or Oedipus Rex, et cetera, et cetera. And this kind of canon can have a few different benefits, right? The idea is that each of these works is going to be influential and worth studying in its own right, but also one of the motivations of thinking about areas of inquiry in terms of a canon is that oftentimes those works that have the benefit of being successful and influential are in conversation with one another, right? And Western literature is a great example of that, because basically all of these works I'm showing you on this slide are in conversation with one another, and that monstrosity that is Ulysses by James Joyce is not only a mammoth in its own right, but basically contains in one way or another all of the other 4 works on the screen and many more besides that. So if you want to understand what's going on in Western literature, the thought goes, this kind of canon can be a helpful guide to allow you to navigate it. But at the end of the day, a canon is just one perspective for thinking about an area of inquiry, and like any such perspective, there are pros and cons, and it's important to understand both so that we can decide whether we really want to use this, and if so, to use it responsibly, right? The pros that I think about a lot really just boil down to reference points, but reference points in a few different contexts. One, and especially one of my favorites just in terms of talking with other gamers, which as I said is a big part of the value that I take from this, is if you have common reference points in your background of gaming, it's easier to have conversations and find out, about games that other people are playing or why they might like them or dislike them, and just drill into the tastes that each other has with regard to video game stories. If I'm playing something and I can tell you, well, it kind of has a similar arc to something like Majora's Mask and some similar themes to something like Final Fantasy X, we're already drilling into aspects of a conversation that it would be harder to get off the ground otherwise. Just so you can turn that mirror and those reference points on yourself. And when you're playing a new game, having this canon as a background can be really helpful for situating your own feelings about the game. If you're playing something you've never played before and you experience, let's say, a mechanic in it that you've never seen and you find yourself really liking that mechanic, if you didn't have this canon in the background, you might just say, well, that's an interesting mechanic, and kind of move on. But if you have these reference points, you can ask, well, why is it that I'm reacting to this particular aspect of this game in this way? Maybe it's because it's an interesting elaboration on some game in the canon, whether that's a general canon or your personal canon of video games that you found really interesting, and it's taking a next step there. And finally, it can be a great reference point to other works, right? Just like we were talking about in terms of James Joyce and Ulysses, we are now at this really cool stage in the history of video game storytelling where, having gone on for decades at this point, there are plenty of really thoughtful developers who are not just telling great stories in the abstract or individually, but directly responding to the things that have come before them and where they think that storytelling is going in the medium, right? You can appreciate that aspect of the work rather than just thinking about it intrinsically on its own terms if you have an understanding of where the medium has been and where it's going as a canon affords you. Now, on the other hand, right, canons rightly have this issue and reputation for being exclusionary in a number of ways, right? First, as soon as you're talking about the great works of a medium, you are implying that there are other works that are maybe not so great or not worth studying, right? That can be dangerous, especially if it antecedently shuts out works that have a lot of interesting stuff to offer, even if they weren't especially influential, right? Worse yet, even with works that you might say deserve admission into the storytelling canon of video games, if you just focus on the ways in which they were really influential, you might end up leaving on the cutting room floor other really cool aspects of that game that are worth thinking about, but maybe didn't make as big of an impact, right? And then probably the aspect that I worry about the most, right, is this notion of gatekeeping, right, which is a bit of a buzzword, but rightly so. I think there are plenty of people, especially online in communities that talk about things like this, let alone in academia with canons that have nothing to do with video games, that use them as a way to basically shut other people out, whether that's intended or not, by saying you need to have read all of these books or played all of these games before you're educated enough to talk to me, right? We do not want to do that. We want canons to be inclusive and simply another way of talking with the gamers that we appreciate about the games that we love, right? Now, my thought is that if we're able to approach canon speak with eyes open and take an inclusive stance on it and recognize and try to avoid these dangers, we can get a lot out of it. Let me tell you why, especially in terms of video game storytelling specifically. I think that when we look at the way in which games are reviewed today, and this has gotten a little better since we started giving this talk a few years ago, but not much. There's an issue with the way in which a lot of game outlets, like the conglomeration that I maybe a little glibly put on the right side of that slide, review games, where the thought is, all right, let's give a game a score from 1 to 10 and rate it in these different ways in order to give our readership a shorthand for understanding how good it is. Now, you might complain that that's overly simplistic or you'd want to know more about the game, but I think there's actually a much deeper issue going on there, which is namely when you're evaluating something that can serve multiple different functions and aren't specific about the function with respect to which you're evaluating it, your judgment of the game can be totally incoherent. And this is a more general point than video games. So let me give you an example that has nothing to do with games, but we'll get back to games. Let's imagine that I have a knife, right? And we're evaluating the quality of that knife. Now here's one attribute that knives have. They have a certain degree of sharpness. A knife can be really sharp or really dull, right? Fine, simple. You would think that the sharpness of a knife has something to do with its overall quality, but the thing is, knives can do more than one thing. For instance, you can use them to chop things up in a kitchen, or you can use them ceremonially in rituals where you're not cutting anything, but they're just a kind of prop for executing this ritual. And you might think that if you're using the knife in a kitchen setting, it's really important that it's sharp. So a sharp knife would be a good thing. But if you're using it in a ritual, and the ritual doesn't involve cutting anything, it would probably be a good thing for the knife to be dull, so you don't accidentally cut yourself, right? So this very same quality can be a good or bad thing with regard to the object you're evaluating based on the function within which you're considering it. The exact same thing is the case for video games. Imagine, as another toy example, if you're playing a game and it has really clunky mechanics that makes it hard for the player to control the avatar in the game. Now, if you're playing the game with the function of merely wanting entertainment or fun co-op with your friends or something like that, that kind of clunkiness could easily get in the way of that and be a bad thing. But there are many really interesting video game stories these days that use clunky or indirect methods of control or relationship between avatar and player to make very nuanced and challenging points of storytelling. So that very same thing could be evaluated as good or bad relative to the function that you're thinking about when you're looking at the object. And a lot of these publications simply don't do that. If we, on the other hand, say, let's think about a canon of video games as storytelling objects. We are specifying the function. We're already over the hump in terms of that issue. And once we're over that hump, my hope is that by focusing on specific games and thinking about what makes them so great or interesting as storytelling objects, we can get a little more precise with the language we use in terms of understanding what makes them cool. Hopefully terms like game feel and immersiveness all kind of get you nodding your heads in terms of things that you've heard when people talk about the quality of video games. I don't think those are bad terms necessarily, but we should all be willing to buy into the idea that they're very vague terms, and that if we're serious about trying to understand what makes these stories so cool and so innovative, and in fact things that would never work in other media, such as the film or the novel, we need to get more precise with our understanding of what it is to say a game is really immersive, or it has good game feel, or things like that. And once we do get more precise, we can start to understand not just what makes video game stories cool, but what makes stories cool when they are told exactly as video games and not as something else. How many people here have played Spec Ops: The Line? That's more than I was expecting. That's great. You should all play it. It's old, but it is a great video game story. For the purposes of our conversation here, the interesting thing to note about Spec Ops is it was really well reviewed, critically acclaimed, blah, blah, blah. Its story is also heavily inspired by Apocalypse Now, an iconic film whose story was actually inspired by an iconic novel, Heart of Darkness, and so you can pose this interesting question. Is Spec Ops: The Line a really good instance of storytelling just because it references this story that would be good in any medium? Or is it that it uses specific methods of video game storytelling to do something that is materially different than something you can achieve in a film like Apocalypse Now or a novel like Heart of Darkness? When we get more precise with our language about how video game storytelling works, we can answer that question, whereas otherwise it doesn't seem clear how we would get any traction on it. Finally, this is worth repeating with regard to the idea of gatekeeping, right? We talk about trying to build a video game canon of storytelling, and we try to build an actual list of games that do or don't make it in on the publication. But what I really love about this is the idea that it can simply be a philosophy for having better conversations about why we love or maybe don't love particular games that are so meaningful to us, right? So you can think about trying to build, one list with your friends if that's something that's meaningful to you. You can also very easily have a personal video game canon, right? Where you just catalog the games that have made you the gamer you are and think about questions like, well, what did I really take from that game? Why was it meaningful to me? What are other games that do things in the same way or that maybe subvert or challenge those things I liked about that game to make me an even more nuanced gamer and really at the end of the day a more nuanced person. That's what I love about this idea, and so that's what I hope we'll be able to take away from our conversation and maybe even have you guys thinking about or writing about these things in your own travels through games. I say that from a very personal note because in this next part of the presentation, where I'm going to be walking you through an example of analyzing a video game story for admission to the canon, it's actually something that would typically be done by my friend and colleague Dan, who is the brain father of the series, so to speak. He was supposed to be here, unfortunately he wasn't able to. But the game that we're going to be talking about in brief is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. So hopefully some of you have played that, or at least heard of it. But it's meaningful to me because I've been analyzing video game stories in various contexts for about 5 years now. What really inspired me to do this in the first place was that Dan and I went to the same high school, and I had the privilege of sitting in on a presentation that he gave about the storytelling value of Ocarina of Time. And so being able to think about and analyze these things and see the way that other people are playing these games and how they think about it really can make a difference in terms of your own perspective on them. That's really meaningful to me, and I hope I can share it with you as well. Here's something that we often had as a running gag, Dan and I, when we were in high school together. We had the privilege of reading The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri at similar times. And as we were going through the many different, various cantos and hell and purgatory and heaven and all that, we would oftentimes turn and look at each other and say, hey, this Dante guy, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about storytelling or religion. He's really got something going on. We should tell someone about this. And now I'm going through a very similar thing because after several years of Dan insisting that I should watch it, I'm finally watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right? And I noticed you didn't applaud that way for The Divine Comedy, but whatever. But it's the exact same thing, right? I message him all the time like, man, this Iraqi guy, I think he's really onto something. We should tell someone about this. It's a joke, right? Because when you have a work that has ascended to the status of classic, it almost kind of becomes untouchable by virtue of that, in what I think is a disappointing way. If you think about the plays of Shakespeare, or the films of Hitchcock, or the music of Bach, there's almost a sense in which it's not worth talking about them because it's so obvious that they're great. And so we just put them on the shelves, and we read them or watch them at some point, and we tell people that we have done this so that we can act cultured or whatever. But there's this resistance to digging into them because it doesn't seem worth our time, right? That avoids the question that can be a really compelling way into thinking about something like a canon, which is, what is it about this work that's so great that it became a classic? And once we learn that aspect of the work, how can it inform us about other works in the genre or medium and come to understand what came after this work, what it was responding to, all of those great canon questions that we went through already. And of course, you can ask that exact same thing about Ocarina of Time. This is maybe a foregone conclusion, but raise your hand if you've played Ocarina of Time. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's get all the hands up for if you've heard of Ocarina of Time in one point or another in your life. Yeah, okay, and like 3 people are lying and didn't raise their hands, but that's fine. If you're thinking about classics in a medium, this has basically gotten all of the accolades ever in the history of video games. I think they invented evaluating video games after Ocarina of Time came out. And so to the extent that anything can be a classic, certainly this qualifies, right? But just like with those other works we were talking about before, you can pose the question, all right, given that this game has been praised so much, what is it about it that gets everyone so excited, that keeps gamers coming back to it and playing it every few years, right? When new games are constantly coming out, and indeed even new Zelda games are coming out, but many will go back to Ocarina of Time, right? And given that, is it really deserving of that? And if so, what can we learn about the medium more broadly from it, right? That's the basic project of the series that we have on With a Terrible Fate, now loading the video game canon, which Dan put together. And I'm going to walk through kind of a truncated version of what that analysis of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time might look like, mostly just to seed the conversation for our group discussion of another game. Now remember, Really important to talk about the function with regard to which you're analyzing the object, so we're just remembering that we're thinking about video games as a storytelling medium. In light of that, the most immediate things to focus on, you might suppose, are plot, characters, and theme. You know, who's doing the things, what are the things that they're doing, and why does it matter? Now, in the actual full analyses, there are plenty of other things to consider, and you can really wrap every aspect of a video game into its storytelling in one regard or another, like music, gameplay, its impact on culture, et cetera, but we're gonna focus on these in the interest of time. How many people are familiar with this little graphic in one way or another? Yeah, and for all the hands, I mean, even if you don't recognize this graphic as such, you definitely understand and are familiar with what it's representing. This is the hero's journey. It's the kind of standard story arc that you see in things like Star Wars and The Hobbit, and some English teacher in your life probably bullied you into memorizing it or studying it in a book or something, right? I have much love for English teachers, but you know what I'm talking about. The hero's journey, right, very succinctly, a would-be hero is called to action because, you know, something bad is gonna happen or they need to complete some quest. Some mentor figure or supernatural power pulls them out of their familiar home, has them go through many trials, many failures, many tests of their fortitude before ultimately being able to overcome that challenge, and they have to find their way home, but they find that they're different than when they left in the first place, right? It was popularized and really designed in terms of the modern analytic view of it by this professor of literature by the name of Joseph Campbell in a really great book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff and you haven't read that, strong recommend. Why are we talking about this now? Well, because Ocarina of Time is point by point a hero's journey, right? You start out with the young Link who sleeps in. I can relate to that, hard to get out of bed. But he's called to action by a number of different forces, right? From magic trees to an owl who won't shut up to, you know, his would-be girlfriend dressed as a guy, like all the normal stuff. We all go through it, right? And he has to basically become not only stronger and more capable, but in fact more mature to the point of being jettisoned through time to become an adult in order to overcome the evils of Ganondorf, undo the calamity of Ganon taking control of Hyrule, etc., all before he ultimately is sent back in time such that his entire journey never was, and he becomes this kind of thankless hero in the bargain. In terms of the characters, we have something that is similarly archetypal or folkloric, something that Joseph Campbell would be totally on board with. Our three main actors are all representative of particular virtues, which are, you know, direct manifestations of this metaphysically real virtue trio in the world of Legend of Zelda, the Triforce. So you have power, wisdom, courage, right? When they're together, they're literally strong enough to grant any wish you might want. When they're fractured apart, bad things can happen, especially if you are power that is not tempered by wisdom and courage, as Ganon and Ganondorf show us again and again throughout the series, right? Meanwhile, Zelda is trying to guide Link and trying to figure out how to manage her wisdom and stop herself from inciting the rise of Ganondorf in the first place, and Link, with his courage, is off on his quest, right? And now that's a pretty standard analysis of characters, but we can also ask the further question, because remember, one of the cool things about video games is that they're interactive. Given that one of these characters is an avatar, how does that inform our understanding of that character and also the role of the player in this world, right? Turns out quite a lot. Because Link, of course, is now understood popularly as this classic silent protagonist, really an extension of the player in many ways. And that's material in Ocarina of Time, because when you think about things like everything that Link has to go through and his representation of the virtue of courage, it's really the player that's grounding that courage. Every time that Link has to move forward in the world or overcome something that a child of his age never ever could on his own, right? He's able to do it precisely because the player is able to give him that strength by guiding him through it over and over again as many times as it takes, right? We experience the departure from the Deku Woods with him. We experience the pulling of the Master Sword that thrusts him forward in time, completely unexpected by the player and Link. We experience that final confrontation with Ganondorf and him being sent back in time as if our entire journey never was, right? Now, I know looking around, a lot of us probably experienced this as kids, and it's been a while. but hopefully you can call to mind and reminisce with me about what a hero's journey that really was for you as a kid if you had the benefit of playing this game. I mean, truly, it might seem like something that, as with the classics, is cliched at this point, but this notion of being able to not only experience a hero's journey just from a distance, looking at characters doing it, but actually being enthralled within it yourself and being the hero, that's material, and that's something that another medium simply couldn't do in the same way as a video game, right? That's the theming. That's where it becomes more than simply the monomyth. It's this idea that by virtue of progressing through the game and guiding Link, the player is actually in a real way, able to become a hero. And that's pretty cool, right? It's cool because if we're thinking about whether or not something like this game belongs in the canon, on the one hand, of course, it's a foregone conclusion that it belongs in the canon because, hello, it's Ocarina of Time. That's where we started this whole conversation. But now, by virtue of thinking about it and picking apart these different pieces, we can see that it really does something that's interesting and helps us to get a better grip on a lot of other video game stories, namely inviting the player into this story of heroism such that they become a hero. And when you think of that as a kind of innovation in Ocarina of Time, then a lot of the subsequent innovations that have happened in video game storytelling since then, which play on that player involvement in the story in a bunch of different, more complicated ways, seem like elaborations and extensions of what Ocarina of Time was doing and teaching us all along, right? So we're able to see, by virtue of considering this classic up close, not only that it deserves to be in the canon, but also the impact that it's made on us as gamers and other video games, and are able to get one step closer to building this cohesive understanding of video games as a work of storytelling and a storytelling medium, right? So that's one example. I've given you a lot to chew on and groundwork, and now we can get to the fun part. So first, as an interstitial, thank you for listening to me. Now, if you want to take a moment, hopefully this should work. I tested the link if you have reception in this room. If not, let me know, and we can also do something more simple like a show of hands. But just vote once, please, for whatever game that you'd like to talk about. I'll give you maybe 30 seconds to a minute to do that. And after that, we'll see which one wins, and people who want to line up to share some views or thoughts on whether this game deserves to be in the canon or not and why, can line up at the mic. It's going to be more focused than a traditional Q&A, so really just line up at the mic if you'd like to share something about that game. If you have more questions about the groundwork that I did in terms of what canons are and why they matter, happy to talk about that as long as you want. After the panel, outside, but let's save it for then. And then I'll offer some kickoff thoughts on the game, and we will go from there and start a conversation. So thank you guys, and let me disappear into the poll to see how things are going. All right, the good news is the poll is working. People watching on the stream, I hope you behaved yourselves. Otherwise, we're all going to suffer. No, we're not going to suffer. You might just have to suffer me talking more if no one else does. We'll give it maybe 30 more seconds just to see if anyone is having slow internet or anything like that. Can you all also see the results, or is it just me? Okay, cool. So we know it's a little transparent. It's not just me pulling something out of a hat, which is good. So I guess you all like Final Fantasy IX. Is that right? Okay, we got some woos. That gives me a little bit of faith in the fidelity of the results. That's good. Great. Well, I'm going to share some introductory thoughts about Final Fantasy IX. While I'm doing so, if people would like to put together or think about their own views and offer something to share, welcome to line up at the talkback mic, conveniently placed for your participation in the middle of the room. Don't be shy, because I truly only have a few introductory thoughts on this, and then I want to hear mostly from you. And we can just have a freewheeling conversation about the virtues and vices of this game. By way of intro, I will confess to you, this intimate crowd, and also the entire internet on that stream, that I actually didn't play Final Fantasy IX myself until pretty recently. which I think is not that uncommon of an experience. I mean, it's a flagship title, but I feel like especially being sandwiched between 7 and 10, it flew a little under the radar, relatively speaking. Relatively, because it's still a Final Fantasy title, right? But I absolutely ended up loving it, which is also not an uncommon reaction that I've seen from people who discover this, especially later in their gaming career, right? Just to seed the conversation with a couple of thoughts on why I think it's really interesting. In the first place, I think it's a really cool study in an ensemble cast, right? Especially in the overall texture of JRPGs and where they've been and where they're going as a medium. Typically, it's very standard in a JRPG to have a whole group of party members who all have their own thing and, you know, find their way together and want to stop the big bad and ultimately end up killing God probably, but let's not think about that because our brains will break. I think what's cool about this, though, is each of these characters really feels like an entity unto themselves in a way where in many other games, I think, either the party members will feel more generic across the board or one party member will just shine above the rest. So if you think about something like Final Fantasy VII, right? They have a lot of characters and you might have a favorite character, but it's very much Cloud and the gang, right? Just so with Final Fantasy X, you have Tidus and the gang. I really think that in Final Fantasy IX, you know, you could say it's Zidane and the gang, but I really think that each of them stands on their own, and the game was set up to make it that way, where they each wrestle with their own things, but also those things end up coalescing together in a way that is really consonant and satisfying, and it's really cool to watch it walk that line across the course of a very, very intricate story. An intricate story, though, that once you put all of those pieces together of the different plot, I think does a really, really interesting job of progressing from just the introductory motions of literally a staged play that's designed to kidnap Princess Garnet, only to discover that she actually wanted to be kidnapped, only to discover that her Uncle Sid wanted her to be kidnapped, so she didn't really have any agency in that, all the way across this adventure that takes you from wars between Alexandria and the rest of the world that is Gaia, to the other world of Terra that is basically trying to be parasitic on the world of Gaia in order to sustain its own population, and ultimately to a confrontation with the desperate, existentially doomed being that is Kuja, and ultimately with this extra metaphysical being that is Necron that wants to simply annihilate the universe in order to destroy this duality between life and death entirely, right? I will say, because I want to involve all of you, and I notice that no one's lining up, so that's going to be a problem in a second when I stop talking. I did actually, to kind of tease this panel at the outset, just a few hours ago, publish a much larger article analyzing just Final Fantasy IX, so I encourage you all to check that out if you want to dig into this more. But I think what's really cool about it in a nutshell is that movement from a theatrical play all the way to characters wrestling with their different, uniquely interesting identities, and ultimately to what seems initially like a very non sequitur confrontation with Necron, ultimately, when you look at it, tells a very coherent, singular story about the very human question of how is it possible to act authentically when you always feel as though you're under threat of artificial existence? Whether that's artificial in the sense of being a fictional character, artificial in the sense of having a role imposed on you, like being born into or led into a royal family when you're not really royalty and don't want that, to any number of the other things that these poor character members have to deal with. Vivi perhaps being the apex of it, with his entire existence being manufactured, right? So I think those are interesting things to mull on, and that's all I'm gonna say by way of intro. So I would really love all of those people who voted for Final Fantasy IX to take a stand and tell me what they think about it. We got one guy, hey! Yes, give him the cheers. It's always hardest to be the first one. Hey. Hello.
I chose this game.
Ooh, I love it. Let's get into it. Why do you hate it?
You know, and as I was reflecting on why I hate it, I don't know if I have a good reason. Granted, I played this when I came out, and it was in high school, right? So however long that was ago. And I remember the only thing I got from the story, and you described the end of it, was that it felt like this switch. Like I played it and I built up to all of this, and then something came out of nowhere, changed the whole theming for High School Andy, and then I hated it. And then everybody said it was better than 7, so I hated it more. And so what I took away from that game is, and I love that you said that it's about the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, because I just didn't connect with any of the characters, because it felt too separate to me. Where Cloud and the gang, they're all friends. And I really enjoyed that. And for this, well, I guess, didn't you get like separate side selling in it too? Like side stories? You could like press select or something, and maybe adult Andy would like it. But high school Andy, no. So I want to hear why people like this story. Charles.
I think you raise a really good point, right? And I think the other side of the theatricality that I was talking about is this idea that it's much harder to associate with a single character, because you are almost as if you're watching a play, right? Like bouncing around to all of these different characters. And so it can be harder to see that overall picture, especially as you're playing through it. So that's a great point. And it raises the question too, more broadly, up to what extent does your experience of the game in the moment reflect the quality of the game versus when you step back afterwards and reflect on the whole, right? Because those aren't always necessarily the same thing.
Well, maybe that's what it is. I should play it as an adult. Maybe that makes a difference.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. Hey, please. Why don't you say your name too? That's a good touch. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, what's it? Name is Charles.
Hey, Charles.
Hey. So I thought it was really interesting that you were raising up the point about all these characters weaving to create a story. If only because I think you could probably remove Amaranth and Quina and not really you can lose much of the story. Like I do think there is a good story there with Zidane and Garnet and everybody else, except those two. Okay, anyways. And I also agree 7 was better than 9, but still. I will say though that I thought to not be so negative is just that I do think there are some of the other side characters, not part of the party, that do have interesting relationships with the other characters. The Queen, what's it? I forget her name.
Braun.
Yeah, there it is. And Blank and the rest of the troupe. They really do create this bigger world that seems really appropriate and interesting. But I'm not sure if everything was great enough that it wove everything so seamlessly as everything else. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a good one.
And look, that's a fair point. I will say, as a spoiler for my article, I don't mention Krina at all, and there's a reason for that, right? So you're right.
She just captures frogs.
But look, you can't undervalue the killer frog attack that does infinite damage for whatever reason, right? So,
but
no,
Kate
you're right.
Sith had a lucky slot. or random. Okay, anyways.
I think one thing, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, by the way. I think one thing that's really cool about the idea of characters from beyond the party becoming really interesting in their own right too is, maybe 7 did this, but I haven't played 7 in a minute. I'll also say for the record, I love 7 too, so please don't interpret any of this as me 7 bashing. But one of the cool things that I really enjoyed about 9 was how characters move in and out of your party in different scenes very seamlessly, right? Sometimes you're able to control Beatrix, sometimes she's a boss, and so those relationships of player control shifting as the story evolves, I thought was a really interesting way of getting new perspectives on those characters as well. But thank you, Charles. Hey.
You just completely stole my thunder.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry.
I wanted to say that out of all the Final Fantasies, one of my favorite non-controllable characters, or non-main party members, is Beatrix. And I thought she fits really well into what you were talking about, the theme of acting authentically under the fear of an artificial existence.
Yeah.
Because one of her quotes is my will and my whatever, my decisions mean nothing because I'm just following orders or whatever. And I thought she was a really cool character, and I loved the way that she would come into and out of the party and into and out of scenes, and the game played with that. And I thought it really added to the story and the overall theme.
I'm going to say less so that doesn't happen again, and I'm sorry about stealing your thunder.
It was a coincidence, don't worry.
I'll ask you a question instead. So, given that perspective on Beatrix, how did you feel about the way that she ended up with Steiner at the end? Force but sweet. Not totally dissimilar to the theme that we're talking about, notice. Thanks.
Hello, hello. My name is Raphael. I think I might have an unpopular opinion here in that I think it's a perfectly good standalone work and should definitely be canon in its own franchise. But as far as like a greater canon of the medium, I feel like it's a tad redundant, whereas definitely don't want to like have one franchise so heavily represented where I feel something like 6, 7, 10 probably would be in the canon, maybe some of the earlier games in the franchise. And I definitely feel like 9 is like a bookend to like the Super Nintendo era of the Final Fantasy games. So in that sense, it makes sense. But I feel like if we were to consider something like Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross being an example of like an ensemble cast, and then later like one console generation removed in the same genre, something like Persona 3, I think explores like existential themes much better. I don't know if 9 could really carve its own place amongst that.
I think that's really well put, Raphael. It raises 2 points worth mentioning. First, I'm actually so glad you mentioned Chrono Trigger because it's one that we discussed in a panel exactly like this at PAX West a few years ago, and it's a tremendous game that, you're right, has a tremendous ensemble cast. It's also really interesting, so one of the things I didn't talk about in methodology with canon building is exactly what you bring up, right? Like, to what extent do we want to think about representation of different series? To what extent do we want to be redundant, right? So I think that's definitely worth considering, and also worth considering other options to give all series their due, right? Like something like Final Fantasy that is so prolific, you could even do a canon like just of Final Fantasy games and maybe better understand that series through that lens before extrapolating to the medium more broadly. So it's a great point. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Hi. I am a huge fan of Final Fantasy IX. I think there was probably some benefit for me when you're talking about it being sandwiched between 7 and 10, as I didn't get a chance to play 10. And I bought the PC version of Final Fantasy 7, and it crashed every time we got to the Chocobo races.
Oh no!
So I got as far as where the Chocobo races became part of the story, and then that was as far as I could get. And I haven't gotten a chance to play through it yet, but it's on my list. I'll get to it. It's only been how many decades? But the reason that I liked Final Fantasy IX, I did really appreciate the characters, just that they each had their own story, but that their stories kind of, they became their own individuals in telling the story. And I think that the kind of the diversity of their strange characters, each of them are many of them, especially Quina, bizarre characters. And I think that if we're gonna talk about canon, I think that it's interesting because Final Fantasy IX, to me, I feel like I can relate to it in a way. It's like, well, I feel like I'm a strange person, and I think that's probably something a lot of gamers, I won't make assumptions, but maybe a lot of people feel that way as well. And so what I liked about Final Fantasy IX is kind of having that theme of like, is it determined what I'm going to be like based on was I manufactured, or do people see me in a certain way? With Amarant being a thief, but can he also help others as well? Kind of overcoming your background or whatever to be able to, can you determine your own future? And then marrying that with, can you support others in a team and create something greater than yourself as well? And so I think that's what I like about it the most. But I feel like in that way, it kind of tells the story of gamers in a way as well. So I think that's important.
No, that's a great point, and I think it's funny to me because the plurality of voices in that, I think, makes it all the more salient in terms of thinking about your own voice. You have so many games that focus on the interiority of a single character, but one of the theatrical aspects of 9 that I love so much is how it does such a great job of giving us the interior lens into what many, maybe not all, but many of the characters are going through. Of course, you get to see Zidane inner life, and there's the decomposition of his identity, blah, 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 but you also get to see everything that Garnet is struggling with when she's literally so crippled by the weight of everything she's been through that she loses her voice. And Zidane doesn't interpret that through, he's not the one presenting that to us. We get to see it directly through her own thoughts and her own struggles in her mind. And so there is something special to that, I think.
I will add in defense of Queena as well. I also thought she super strange character for sure, but kind of if we think about it in terms of like the importance of each individual, we don't need to know Queena to know that he or she is important to the story. And you know the way that the characters interacted with them without having that background, I think is meaningful as well.
A great point. You don't always need to know everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Loki. So I also kind of have an unpopular opinion, and it's going to be unpopular because I did not play 9. But I have no interest in playing 9. And here's the, I know, I heard it, as soon as I said it, I heard, ooh. No, so I played a bit of, I got into Final Fantasy pretty late in my like teenage years, I would say. I played 7, and I liked it. It was one of my friends' like most like favorite. Really liked Red. I really liked, you know, the characters in it. I played half of 8, and then kind of just like it fell off. And then I played 10 and 10 Part 2, and I really enjoyed it. And you know, I thought the characters were interesting, and I also thought that they were kind of unique. I thought Titus was kind of annoying as a main character, and I kind of liked that because it was different, because I was just like, oh God, I hope he dies. Oh gosh, I hope he dies. And then his whole interaction with Yuna, I was like, oh my gosh, this is pathetic. Like, and so, you know, but I still somehow just like, I really enjoyed it. And like of course with like, you know, Aaron coming in with, you know, I was just like, can I have more of him throughout the whole game? And like, let's just get rid of it. But, you know, when people were telling me you should play 9, I was like, oh, what's it kind of about? And I felt like when they were trying to explain it, and even like right now, while you were explaining it right now, it was really convoluted. Like it just kind of like kept going on, and it was like, well, it's about these kids. I was like, with a monkey tail, or what do you? And it was just like, well, it's not really, and you know, but like all I heard, so like all I kind of got from it, from especially with like different people trying to tell me about it was, well, all you have to like is Vivi, and Vivi's the best part of it, and that's it. And so I was like, okay, cool. But like what I feel like is not really represented either is like Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics had like such a rich, beautiful story in it, and all the different ones too, like from the PlayStation to the Game Boy Advance. Like you have a character who is like in a wheelchair and comes back into this magical world, like free of this like pain that they were going through, and like, you know, then learning to accept themselves and love themselves. And I felt that had like a much richer, deeper story to it. And it's kind of led me to be like, why would I go to 9 that's this convoluted, strange, and Tactics, I could basically form my own story in a sense with these different characters that I can put a background to, because I could be like, oh yeah, this time Moogle, like, basically like is like the last son of this Moogle family and has sworn revenge against all these, you know, characters. Like I can make that story for, you know, each of them, even if they don't really have them. So like, I guess my question to you is like, for someone who is kind of more like jaded about the 9, how would you convince me to feel that this is canon, or that I guess I should play it because, you know, I guess.
No, it's a really good question, and the point is well taken. I guess I would say 2 things. One is, generally speaking, I think you make a great observation that convoluted does not always mean sophisticated, and can really be a barrier to entry. I actually wrote something earlier this year about one of the things I enjoyed about Final Fantasy VII Remake, speaking of controversial opinions, being the fact that its fixed plot, like the amount that you needed to experience in order to get a full understanding of the story, was proportionately shorter than a lot of these games are. And I think there are interesting ways to get more story that's more direct, that it follows in ways that games like Final Fantasy IX don't, right? I think the best sell that I could make of it to you is, you know, I'm someone who identifies as a theater kid, right? I did a lot of theater in high school, blah, blah, blah. I think one of the things that I've come to love about video games myself is there's a way in which it turns every player into a theater kid in terms of assuming roles and experiencing the drama of theater and everything like that, but also being a part of the play. And I think Final Fantasy IX does a really thoughtful job of taking that idea of the artifice and theater of what you're doing in a game and imposing really human themes on that, so that you end up thinking a lot about not only your own role, but also the value of fiction and what you're able to take out of this stuff that at the end of the day isn't real, and ultimately empowers you to say, like, it doesn't matter that it's not real, I can still get a lot of material value out of it. And I think the way that it does that, like, maybe seems complicated and convoluted, to use your word, at the first pass, but if you're able to keep track of those different elements, it can be really rewarding in that regard.
Okay, follow-up question, just real quick then. What would, okay, so I really like the series for like Dragon Age and the BioWare has or Witcher, which has like a really rich, or even like, let's say Star Wars games. That's a bunch of books, that's a bunch of movies, etc. What makes those games not have what you're looking, like what you just said, like that putting yourself into and make yourself kind of like a theater kid and kind of having this like expansive storytelling experience through 9, when I also have those games that kind of do it too, and also have this like huge lore dump on you where you can just be like, here you go. And like with Dragon Age, you literally make your character. So like you are like literally immersing yourself in it, kind of, if you want to.
Yeah, and look, in the spirit of bluntness, my own take on that would be that those games like Dragon Age and The Witcher, while really great for that kind of role formation, are kind of reductive in terms of their approach to theater. The reason being this: you create a character and then try to subsume yourself in that world, so it's almost as if the goal is to make the artifice disappear and feel as though you were really operating within that role and within that world for real, right? Which is great and interesting in its own right, but this is very different in the sense that these are characters whom you don't define, and they're actually really interesting moments, like there's a part where you're controlling Steiner and you can have an option of trying to make him attack someone, and if you try to get him to do it, he actually resists, because he's not the kind of person who would do that, right? And so I think the separateness of those characters, when combined with these theatrical tropes and framing, makes you more aware of your role, not even so much as an actor, but more of like a director who is able to guide the drama that's evolving on stage in an interesting way that you don't get from something like BioWare or The Witcher.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I gotta do it. Okay, for the people on the stream, there's a Praise the Sun shirt. Solaire.
I have a full cosplay, but it's in Boston, so. My name is Mary, and given that we have talked about 6 in comparison to 7, it is, sorry, I already gave away what I was gonna say. We've talked about 9 in comparison to 7.
Yeah.
But now it is my legal obligation to talk about 9 in comparison to 6.
Do it.
So, when we're talking about these themes, about this ensemble cast who all have a tie to the antagonist as well as the meaning of existence, 6 already did that. I would argue 6 did it better. We have characters, we were talking about how we had the royal who doesn't feel like she belongs. We have the 2 brothers who are both royals, Edgar and Sabin himself had run away, and then we get to see the other side of it, in which Edgar has to be wrought with guilt and just worry for his brother who did not want to be born into that role. And then 6 also just brings up the even more questions of existence when we have to deal with not only an artificial existence, but an existence brought upon somebody whose existence in her power came from the murder of other innocent people. We have that theme we had to deal with. And then just the question at the end of what can we find in a world that's already ruined? So when I look at 9, I look at 6. They have the same themes. I think 6 really set the bar, I think, even for subsequent Final Fantasy games. And I think that looking at 9, I don't think that it can really hold a candle to what 6 gave us.
Look, well put. And I'll be honest, completely transparent. I actually haven't played 6 yet.
Fair enough.
It's next on my list. I know. I maybe shouldn't have admit that, but here we are. No, but I'm passingly familiar with 6, as one has to be, right? And I think Just in the interest of time, one thought that I would maybe put in your mind to mull, and we can talk about it more if you want. 6 has this great iconic finale with Kefka, right, at the end. And he's very much changed, but he's also very much a character throughout the game. I think a lot of the interesting aspects of the particular artifice and the way in which the game philosophically dwells on that 9 uses that you don't get in something like Kefka and 6 is the idea that Necron is truly something that is not of this world. And he, in a very similar and I would say importantly similar way to the player, is stepping in from outside and rendering a judgment on what this world should be, which is why I think it's actually kind of it's a mistake when people try to do the lore work of explaining like what Necron is. I think the point of him and why he's importantly different from something like Kefka, drawing this difference between 6 and 9, is that he is wholly beyond this world and rendering a judgment on its most foundational metaphysics of whether or not it should continue to exist. Right?
That's actually a very good point. And truth be told, I will admit that I think that Kefka had something lacking, so I'll give you that.
There you go. Thank you, Mary. All right, friends, we have 5 minutes, so try to get to everyone here, but like I mentioned before, I also love to keep these conversations going, so if you want to hang out for a little bit outside the room afterwards, I'm happy to do that. So, over to you.
Hi.
Hi.
So I would actually like to make a sort of suggest a thing about canonicalness. So I have not played Final Fantasy IX, I'm embarrassed to admit, but so I voted for Demon Souls because,
nice.
Yes, because I think that it is useful when a game is in a canon, I can say a Souls-like story, and there is a specific storytelling technique that the Souls-like games employ, which is write your story, don't put it in a game, have VaatiVidya explain it to people later. There is a Souls-like story that is totally unlike, say, a Final Fantasy story. I think it does something, it may not be the first series to do that, but it is the series that we have heard of. I can use that name and immediately know what I'm talking about. However, if I say a Final Fantasy IX-like story, it doesn't immediately jump to your head, oh, well, I don't know. Does it immediately jump to someone's head, this is the technique that I'm talking about? Or is it a very, very good, but not necessarily fundamentally uniquely told story, I guess, if you're see what I'm getting at? So that would be my submission for evaluating this on canon is, does it do something that by itself adds to the canon that we'll then later be able to use to talk about stories and analyze things and all that. So.
I do see what you're getting at. That's well put. I think one thing that's worth considering in future conversations is the extent to which genre informs canon, right? That's really what you're getting at with something like Miyazaki's work. And you're right, if you're thinking about something as general as video game storytelling, you need to make sure that that's capacious enough to accommodate all the different genres. And you might end up thinking that's just too gargantuan a task, and so you should break it down into understanding things like the oeuvre just of Hidetaka Miyazaki, which we've actually done a talk on before for that exact reason. Thank you.
And perhaps for that reason, this should be canonical in the RPG storytelling canon, even if not in the wider video game, canon. So,
yes, that's a great point. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Connor. I'll try and be brief. I had 4 different questions for each of these games. Unfortunately, this one's the weirdest for.
Good.
So the question I have is more of the role of the mimetic in either driving what is classic or classic driving what is mimetic. For example, I haven't played Final Fantasy IX, but I recognize the characters and I understand their place in the wider cultural aspect. But I'm wondering if it is more of their mimetic nature as characters, as art, and whether or not that drives us to associate them with these more cultural classic areas, or if it is the fact that this is a classic game and therefore that is why we move this into our cultural ideal. The example that I was going to use was Hamlet. Everyone and their mothers, sisters, grandmothers, brothers, whatever, can recognize the man in the Shakespearean dress holding a human skull and immediately come to mind to be or not to be. And I'm wondering, never mind. Sorry, way too far of a step off to the path.
I talked about Hamlet in my article about Final Fantasy IX, so you're wrong. That is not too far of a step.
But yeah, my question was, in this case, is it more that Final Fantasy IX is more ingrained into the canon? Words. Is it more ingrained into the canon, and that's what drives its mimeticness, or if it's just the fact that they are so recognizable and?
No, it's a good question, and given that we have 1 minute, I think I would put it to you. I mean, what do you think?
Personally, I do believe that just from the fact of earlier when you made the joke about the frog attack that doesn't do the damage, there were giggles that came throughout the audience, and mostly from the side over here that had played the game before. And so in this case, I believe it's more of it is a classic and well-played enough game that it drove the mimetic.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thought. And I think it dovetails nicely with the previous question that we had in terms of how genre fits into it, right? Because it may be that certain games are recognizable as antecedently canonical stories among certain classes of gamers, like people who are really into JRPGs. For instance, I was able to make that joke because I played this game a couple of months ago, right? I didn't recognize it as something that had pervaded the culture of JRPGs, despite the fact that I play a lot of JRPGs. But it's interesting too, because then once you play them, they can almost work as a kind of cipher, and maybe that can point to their canonical nature as well, saying oh, maybe they're worth focusing on or studying or honing in on precisely because being ingrained in the culture already, I feel as though I am learning something about these other games that I played previously by finally experiencing this for myself. So,
thank you.
We're at time. Everyone, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. The two people who didn't get to raise their points, and anyone else who wants to talk about any aspect of this more broadly, please feel free to find me afterwards. I'm going to hang out there, but we'll clear the room for the fine presenters and enforcers of PAX. Everyone who was watching the stream, thank you so much. I hope you had a great time, and enjoy the rest of your PAX, everyone. It's so great to see you all. Thank you.